Blam, blam. Hello. Just wait. Hang on. Just a moment. Don't say anything yet. Don't say anything just yet. Fuck. Where is it? No, we're not live yet. Wait, are we? I know, but they can't hear you. Wait, now.
Yes,
Now
they
they can. Now they
can.
can. Now they can. Okay, now we're good.
They could see us from the beginning. When you said blam, we were good.
I know that you can see you, but because you're going through my monitor, they couldn't hear you. And I forgot until I turned over. I'm like, fuck.
So the whole 3, 2, 1, you're on air. Just kidding. Hold on, wait, just chill. You're not actually on air. That was
No, there wasn't the not actually on air. It was don't speak. But I didn't say don't speak because you guys are all in my brain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
We do also exist outside of your brain.
Yeah.
No, you all can read minds, correct? Like.
So what you should have said was 3, 2, 1.9.8.
Honestly, what I should have just done is actually checked it before we went over, but you know, that requires a level of forethought that I do not have.
Welcome to the podcast, everyone. My name is D. I'm the Dungeon Master. We're going to play some Dungeons & Dragons today. Why don't we go through a quick round of introductions and hop into it, because clearly we are unhinged on this beautiful afternoon. Let's start things off with Emmy.
Hello, I'm Nicole. I play Eminence. She is a tiefling warlock, kind of a mean girl, kind of starting to be less of a mean girl. She's a lot of fun, though. That's her.
Awesome. Let's change things up. Natalie.
Oh, weird. Hi, I'm Natalie. I exist on the internet. I am a half-orc barbarian, and I wanna... What did I say? Fucking squeeze heads and find names, something like that. I don't know. That's what I'm going with today.
Something about the word squeeze heads just feels so awful to me. The slowness of it. Like smash heads, sure. Squish heads, sure.
Very
that
like Oberyn Martell
imagery.
Yeah.
Hate it.
Gross.
And our resident sister tiefling, Oriana, whose name I will try to get right 100% of the time this episode.
Look, you were doing really well for a really long time.
Like a couple episodes, yeah.
I am Levson. I play Oriana. She is also a tiefling. She is a war cleric, and she's also slowly getting nicer. So I think that we can just blame all of this on Natalie being really nice. We should kill her.
Yeah, before it's too late.
But this is also as I'm getting meaner because I'm getting more frustrated that we're still here. So it's like having the reverse effect on me.
And we're just such converging on chaotic neutral.
Also, give me a second. I'm just going to fix something while I'm speaking. So, you know, just don't stress. Don't worry. No stressing. I can see a tiny amount of stress in everyone's faces. Definitely just ignore everything that I'm doing right now as I press the last... There we go. Okay, we're good. It turns out you could hear your voices through my microphone in Streamlabs, but not in Discord. So I had to change it over and put some ear boogers in.
I think we'll...
Oh, right, we were echoing.
Yeah.
Oh, big sad.
Very sad.
Well, let's play some Dungeons & Dragons. Where last we left our intrepid adventurers, they were investigating the disappearances of the pot. They had uncovered answers to many of their questions, yet each answer seemed to lead to yet more questions. After a very tense episode, after having gathered everyone from the pot into Ridden's Dredge and protecting themselves from Alexia, the party found some information. They were able to translate some of the writings that were provided to them by some of these strange notes that Aery had. They also went and explored the portable hole that they had found in the underground lab, finding inside almost like an interdimensional study, like a little pocket library. They found a number of magical tomes, along with a handful of what looked to be journals, almost diaries, and passed the rest of the night with little to no incident outside of internal frustration at the situation and the world and people in general. But as the day reset, Natalie immediately tackled Alexia and disarmed her of her strange knife, bringing her down, much to the alarm and chagrin of the remaining members of Ridden's Dredge. And considering that's basically like the worst way to start the day, from here on out, whenever you want to start a day, you can just be like, yeah, we take 20 minutes and explain everything. And we can time skip past the whole roleplay explanation in this time skip in the future. But they were able to pull Alexia aside, who wanted to show them something. She ended up leaving Ridden's Dredge, heading out to the west, away from town, away from the crater, away from Ridden's Dredge. And after walking for about 20 minutes, she came to a strange, almost like an invisible barrier in the air. And upon trying to walk any further, you three and Alexia found you were unable to progress, as if by some strange illusion, it was actually a wall that looked like the way forward. However, pressing against this wall, pressing against this barrier, you were able to look through and see a familiar room on the other side, significantly larger, as if you were small, maybe only a couple of centimeters in height, but strange symmetrical carvings all across the walls, a dirty bed in the corner, the broad wooden expanse ahead of you of what almost looks like a desk. And stepping back away from the wall, it just looks like open terrain in front of you. At which point Alexia turned back over to Natalie and held out her hand questioningly, seeming to ask for something without using words.
I
It's early.
am not giving her shit.
It's early in the afternoon. You can still feel the sun beating down overhead. It is starting to set a little bit in the horizon, as it is about 4:30 in the afternoon. With all of the excitement, you did leave Throne of Largegut back at Ridden's Dredge, explaining to everyone what was going on. But most of the people of Ridden's Dredge have, by this point, disseminated their way back to their usual locations within the pot. So for the time being, you are 20 minutes away from any other person that you know of. You can smell sort of the humid, sulfurous scent in the air. You can still feel the humidity on your skin. And Alexia stands there, hand open, waiting.
I'll
What
hold
would
the
you like to
knife
do?
out, but I am not giving it to her. I will say, and what do I do with it? I don't believe we'll be doing that. Now,
Use your words. We know you have them.
Yes, once again, we know you can talk.
She looks at you, Emmy, and then back at Natalie, and then at the sort of strange barrier, and then makes like a carving motion.
There was I was gonna say, it looked like, from what I remember from last time, it looked like there was like a film over it. Right? Like
It's kind of hard to explain. It's like, have you seen The Mandalorian?
No.
Yeah.
Do you know how they're making the new shows where instead of doing like a green screen, they have giant LCD walls, and the wall looks like it's a giant dome, and on these LCD screens they play like Tatooine. So all they have to do is put sand on the floor, and it looks like you're in the middle of the desert from the camera angle. But if you actually walk up to the edge, you'll hit a wall that looks like desert, like it's a perspective trick.
Right.
It's
I did
that
not know,
weird
but
sort
that
of
sounds amazing.
I didn't know that either.
adds a lot of realism to the show. But it's sort of one of those weird situations where, like, if you take a step back, it looks like you can keep walking on and on. But as you step forward, you're like, oh, this is kind of weird. Like, the perspective just isn't quite there. And you get the sense that there is that barrier.
Yeah, I think in my head I'd logicked it as a film rather than like actually what it is. But essentially there is something there that you can cut through. And that's what she seems to be pointing at. So I'm going to do that.
Okay. Describe how you do it. What do you do?
I hold the knife like I would with like opening with like box cutters and just down the middle, gently, but enough to pierce through whatever it is that's in there.
Awesome. As you do, Alexia kind of takes a step back to look, to get a better view, and you feel the blade push against this sort of barrier. And there is some give, there is some pushback. It is not it's easy or effortless by any stretch of the imagination, but with a little bit of force applied, the blade punctures through. And as the rest of you watch, the view to the west in front of you kind of warbles a little bit. Almost like a giant tapestry that is held taut, and suddenly the tension in the middle starts to give just a little bit. And slowly you pull the blade down. And as you reach eye level, you realize now through the gap in between, you can see clearly this room beyond on the other side. You get down to about this far before you start to feel almost like positive pressure. Like it feels like you're being pulled towards this gap. The blade starts to cut a little bit more smoothly. What would you like to do?
I'm going to look back to my friends and I'm going to be like, I've just made a door, so
Continue.
Yeah.
all right, then
I think at this point we're all eager to.
like when you
If
unzip a
Natalie's-
tent, I'll just step in without having to do the last bit.
Yeah, if Natalie's not saying anything and she's like, I'm just gonna like.
So condescending.
Go on. We're waiting.
Provided
Yeah,
that it is
you-
possible, like whatever it takes.
You're
be
down
able
at
to.
like chin height right now. You continue to let the blade pull through, and it's a weird sensation on your hand. Like you've cut fabric, you've cut flesh, you've cut wood, you've stuck a blade into dirt. The resistance that you feel coming from the blade it's almost like the blade is self-sharpening. Like you come across resistance and then suddenly the blade seems to let you pass through it. Like it is deliberately parting for you. It's a very unique sensation. You get to about waist height cutting this opening down before Oriana, the two of you watch as Natalie just gets sucked into this gap in the barrier in front of you that then just closes right back up, and in front of you, you now see the horizon.
She had the knife.
She did.
Oops.
Natalie.
Mm.
Go ahead and roll a d12 for me and a d8.
D12
Yes.
is a 9, and a
Okay.
D8 is a 1. Ugh, I knew because it wasn't their Natalie dice that was going to betray me. Or maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I won't say anything yet. Maybe.
Sure.
You are one each tall, and there are 9 of you.
Yeah. Or it's the other way around.
You felt yourself kind of like almost getting into the act of cutting through. Like it was, what is it? Mildly appealing, oddly satisfying to cut through, like feel resistance, and then the blade does the work for you. And you kind of get lost in that sensation before suddenly you feel this weightlessness as you you're forcibly pulled forward by this gap, like positive pressure that just reaches out and pulls at you. And as you sort of tumble for just a moment, you get the sensation that something has taken note. And then you tumble down onto the ground. You feel the hard concrete of the ground beneath you. A wooden chair gets knocked over to the side as you struggle to regain your bearings. And standing up, you now see you are in Ori's room, in Ridden's Dredge. And there,
Fuck.
on the table, you see almost like you wouldn't know if you didn't know what you were looking for, if you didn't just immediately come through it, but like, do you know like those gelatin beads where you put them in water, they're completely invisible? You see something like that, about this sized. It's almost completely translucent, transparent. But as you kind of lean in and get close, you can see the faint, distinct outline of this spherical thing
Where is it? Sorry?
on the desk.
On the desk, okay. And is it the same desk where we found the other rock thing?
It is.
Okay. But not
Well,
in it, on it.
It's hard to say if it's actually the same desk. It
In a
appears
rough
to be the
mirror
same-
dimension, it would be the same desk.
It appears to be the same desk, as far as you can tell.
All right. Well, I want to pick up the rock, but I don't want to pick up the rock because potentially I'm going to think about it for a moment. Think about the blade in my hand, knowing that that is potentially space rock, and the rock I'm looking at here that I can barely see, also potentially space rock. That doesn't do too well when you touch it. I think my immediate response would be to try and scratch the wall with the
you go over.
blade.
You go over to like the engravings, the carvings on the wall, and the blade just passes into the stone as if it's not even there. It barely any effort, just straight to the hilt.
Sick.
Do Ori and I see a blade appear, like in the middle of nowhere?
No, you do not.
Oh dear.
Could you imagine
Alexia
someone
looks
goes
at
to
the
check
two
it
of
out?
you.
Sorry.
What is it? Alexia looks at the two sisters, and then, without saying a word, she just turns and starts walking back to Ridden's Dredge.
Oh no, you don't. No. Do I have? I don't think I have hold person. I think I have hold monster. I'm gonna cast blindness on Alexia
Okay.
because fuck this bitch. So that is a con save for her.
That is a 4.
Haha, she is blinded.
I just did the roll in D&D Beyond. Could you see that? Or is that
No. I should be able to. I can see it when other characters roll, but are you linked
I'm
to
the
the
Dungeon
campaign?
Master. I have the
Yeah.
This is the character sheet for the monster, and it has the ability to like click and roll on things.
I'm sure they wouldn't show us the DM's rolls by default.
Yeah, that's why I'm interested,
guessing
because this
it would
this
have
is
like
new.
like what Roll20 does, where it does like hidden rolls and stuff.
It said to self, but it also showed up in the game log. So like I see Natalie's perception check from last week. So I just want to double check that I'm not leaking information.
No, maybe that would be a good thing.
Yeah, so she's blinded. Does she stop
blinded.
walking?
She kind of stops and turns back, but you can very clearly see that her eyes are just completely shock white.
Okay, now where did she just go?
She was walking back towards
No,
Tiefling's
sorry.
Grove.
She's asking Alexia where Natalie just went.
Alexia points back towards BurrowsRed on the top.
No, she went the other way. Ori, should we just like try the wall with one of our own blades? See if anything happens.
There isn't a wall there for us anymore, though, is there?
It's still there. It's like the weird perspective thing.
Oh,
Like,
right.
it
I
looks
thought it
like
had
it just
gone
keeps
back, but we
going.
couldn't see through it anymore.
Yeah, it looks like it just keeps going, but as you walk that final step, it just kind of does the weird, like, Willy Wonka-esque painting.
It's like hitting the edge of the world in Mario, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess there's no harm in trying. And if Alexia she's walked off and then stopped, I'm gonna like
She's 10 feet away.
turn her a little bit and walk her back towards the wall.
She kind of jumps a little as you put your hands on her, and she doesn't see you.
Yeah.
But she does walk with you and stop.
You have a preferred knife? Would you like one of mine?
I have daggers. I'm just going to try to do the same thing that Natalie did. Stab the wall.
Sure. Alexia holds out a hand as well.
You stay where you are.
Puts her hand down. As you take your blade and press it towards the barrier, it's like pushing against gelatin. The blade doesn't find purchase. There's something pushing back against the blade, but it's not cutting.
I don't think this is going to work.
Wait. I'm just gonna check in D&D Beyond what my spells are, because I'm pretty sure I switched out scrying for locate something. I don't know if it was locate object or if it was locate person. I have locate creature. Because I don't trust this woman. What do I need for it? I don't want to click cast, I just want to look.
A bit of fur from Bloodhound.
Concentration up to an hour. As long as you have seen the creature up close within 30 feet at least once. Do we think that counts for Natalie, who we've been traveling with for months?
Nah, I don't think so. I've always stayed 40 feet away from you.
On purpose. Kind of like that Mage Slayer feat. Like, we don't want to be able to be detected by magic users. I would like to cast that.
Locate creature.
Locate creature. It lasts for an hour. I am very much assuming she's not just on the other side of the wall, but we can go for a wander, and if she shows up, we'll know. Hopefully.
Sense the direction to the creature's location. Yeah, the direction points in the direction that Natalie went.
Look, I'm just gonna like frustrated bonk the wall with my mace.
Yep.
I don't know what we should do.
Give it an attack roll.
Sure. Let's see. use my heavy one because I specifically said the word bonk. That makes a nice bonk noise. 16 plus whatever my modifier is, which I think is like a 4. Dirty 20. Actually, I thought it was
Dirty
higher than
20.
that.
Your mace, it's the same sensation. It swings forward with force, and it's like elastic, like gelatin. It just pushes forward, and then something pushes it back.
But probably doesn't actually make a satisfying bonk noise since it's
It does not.
gelatinish.
Yeah. Like
Just
trying to
gonna
bonk top fabric.
I'm just gonna actually that sometimes makes a fairly satisfying noise.
Hmm.
Gonna look at Alexia and just be like, we know you can speak. We need to know what the fuck is going on. She did speak to you, right, Emmy?
Yes. Right before she tried to, what's the word for
Yeah.
when you fall on your sword? I'm going to switch to Infernal and say, do you have any spells that are like particularly tortury? Because like she'll talk eventually, surely.
I'm going to think for a second while I scroll my character sheet. But I'm
I don't
pretty
think I
sure
have
the
much.
answer is really not unless we want to kill her basically immediately.
Yes, how is it that neither of us have spells that are like painful without killing people? Like we really need to, at least one of us should be able to do that.
It's something we should probably invest in.
I mean, in the
You do
meantime,
have
we could
daggers?
try. Yeah, I was going to say good old-fashioned torture.
Kill her a little bit, heal her a little bit, kill her a little bit, heal her a little bit.
Just like old times.
Father would be strangely proud of us today. I don't know how I feel about that.
Natalie,
Yo.
your blade pulls out of the wall like it's nothing.
Well, when all else fails, pick up a rock.
You walk over to the rock and you pick it up.
I guess, assuming that it is potentially something akin to the space rock, I'll at least like chuck something on it. But you know, it's a rock.
What is
I
that?
need to get
Like
it back to my friends, so I gotta pick it up somehow.
like a handkerchief or something?
Well, like maybe my cloak. Like, you know.
It's small.
Take it off
It's like
yeah.
one of those what are they, like the magic trick balls where the dude does like the and it doesn't move. It's
Natalie's logic in this instance is that it is contact with the skin, so just any way of picking it up. So even if that is not the case, that's her logic for it. So
you toss your cloak over it, and there's a lump in the middle, and you're able to grab it, bundle it, and pick it up.
Does it feel, I don't know, really heavy despite the fact it's really little, or something odd about it?
Nope.
Cool, it's just a semi-transparent rock. I love that for me. If I'm in Aery's room, is the door closed?
It's kind of half open.
I would like to go out in the passageway then.
Yeah, you do.
It
is.
Hang on. When we went into the time loop, there was a weird visual way that we knew that we were in a time loop, wasn't there?
Was there?
In the sense of like, if you were to do it in a movie, there would be like a filter over it, right? From what I remember, I think from the very first time that we went in there, there was like a way that we distinguished that we were somewhere else?
Was it just that the time of day changed? I have like a vague memory that maybe it was midnight and then suddenly
like
it was daylight,
Yeah,
right?
I have it in my brain that there was an actual visual thing of like maybe colors weren't as bright or something. I don't know if I'm just making that up in my brain because I've decided to see it like that. But was there that?
I think that might have been when you went to the place in the deep wood, when you went in the tree into wherever you ended up over there.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't remember anything like this, which would have been
No,
useful.
I
I'm pretty sure we
remembered it
figured out it was a
in.
time loop when we asked people what day it was, and everybody had a different answer, and they were all living the same day. I don't think there was a
More.
visual component to it.
I don't know whether this is like self-confirmation, but I thought we saw it when we were in the in Ridden's Dredge because when that was how we knew that we were on a different plane. But again, if the DM is telling me that it's not here, then it is not here. What I am essentially trying to work out is if I feel like I am on the same plane or not.
There was a point where everything did appear differently, but that was when Oriana was scrying on other people. They looked different through the scry. That I don't think that was something that we ever saw as ourselves in a spot. That could be what you're thinking of.
I
Maybe.
just specifically remember it for Ridden's Dredge. But again, I think about D&D a lot. I probably had a fucking dream and I've now made this canon.
I've done that.
This is why I can't be trusted to like read fanfic or anything because
Yeah,
then
you've mixed up the fan fiction and the canon.
Yeah, like I just cannot be trusted. So I entirely could have just made it up, but I was just checking.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, it's the same as Ori's room where you were last night before the reset, or the day before, or when you saved Akbanok. Like, it seems to be Ori's room.
Well, then if I'm in the same time loop thing, if I walk out to the mess hall, there should be a bunch of people there.
Yeah. You go and you walk out, and immediately you are struck by darkness in the hallway.
Yes, which is weird because we would have left the lights on because we don't care about our bill.
It's a time loop. Burn as many torches as you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, you walk into the hallway, it's dark, you take note, and then you walk the remaining steps down the passage towards the mess hall. And even listening as you're walking, you don't hear anyone. It's quiet. The only steps are your own. There is a little bit of almost like dust on the ground, and as you make your way to the mess hall proper, there is daylight filtering through, but it's different. It strikes you as different.
All right. I visually need to confirm.
Yeah.
Natalie at this point would be feeling like she is back to the original town.
Sure.
I need to visually confirm that it's not. She would be in like a frantic rush to try and confirm that. I think she would just run directly for the town.
Yeah. The moment you get outside, you realize why it is that the light in Ridden's Dredge is weird. The sun is in a different position. It's like 1 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of being angled off to the west, as it has perpetually been every time the sun has fallen, it's almost directly overhead.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, the shadows, the light inside of Ridden's Dredge is different. Passing through, the chairs and tables are empty, the mess hall abandoned, slight layer of dust. Still that strange lack of life. No bugs or insects or birds or anything like that. No rats or critters. And as you rush outside, you see the sun overhead. You come to this assessment that it's in a different position. Do you keep running for the town?
Yeah. I will literally just keep running until I confirm that there is even one other person in the town, and then I'm running straight back.
Or you run into a wall.
Or that, or true, or that.
Yeah, you just run, book it, full speed. You've got the athlete feet. It's not even a problem. As you start to get closer to the pot proper, you can see multiple smoke trails rising up from different locations within the crater. And as you sprint up the final lip to crest over the edge, you see the town filled with townsfolk.
Yep.
People going about their day, lounging within the spa. The Tengboche Monastery seems to still be serving lunch, so some people are filtering out from over there. You recognize a few faces as well. You see Fallen Tierson and Tomas, the
The one
son.
who's looking for his wife and daughter.
And as you kind of like run up to the hill, a couple of people take note of this half-orc sort of cresting into view and looking frantically around. You recognize the innkeep of the monastery down below at the foot of the crater, and he kind of gives like a, hey.
Good to know they remember me. But I think once that is visually confirmed, she would be running directly back to Aery's room. Literally,
Okay.
like, she'd run out, see it, and then run straight back. Like,
Okay, yeah. You turn and you book it straight back.
my logic here is that from what we were told about the portable hole situation, now, because she just doesn't really, in this moment, I think, have any other idea, she is going to lay siege to Aery's room because they said that if you are in a portable hole, you can get out by force. That is where her head is at. That is her line of logic. Even if this just
Awesome.
means she's literally just attacking walls for a while,
Yeah.
that's the vibe. That's the stress response is just...
Awesome.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead and let you do that for a little bit.
Cool.
We'll check in with the sisters. Yeah, it's 4:30 in the afternoon. You have Alexia there with you. Natalie is gone.
And the directional thing says that she has continued off in that direction.
It does kind of swerve after a couple of moments. Like it's right there in front of you, but then it does like this wide, impossible swerve over to the side. Like distance-wise, it would be traveling multiple miles in a matter of a second.
Yeah. I have no idea what's fucking happening.
I'm going to pull. Well, no, I'm already holding my dagger because I tried to go at the wall. So I'll just kind of like look down at the dagger, look at Aery, look at Alexia, look back at Aery, kind of like, eh?
You probably want to lift the blindness for this.
Well, the blindness wore off after a minute.
I would have. Okay. It's a little more scary if they can see it coming.
Mm.
Are you going to do it? Do you want me to do it?
It's not that I want you to do it. It's, and this is in Infernal still, I'm thinking. I mean, you're the one who's always saying that you're more intimidating than me, so like...
I don't think I've ever had to say that I'm more intimidating than you.
Really? Because I feel like you say it all the time.
I feel like it's just obvious, really. I'm going to take the knife if it is offered to me, or grab out one of my own. Because I don't have them for combat purposes, but I cannot fathom Oriana not just having multiple knives. And I'll grab one out, and I'm going to just kind of gently rest it against Alexia's. Like, I don't know. At this point, we're starting off slowly, like her upper arm,
Yeah, I
and
was
switch
gonna
back to
say,
common.
nowhere that she can just like fall on it
Yeah.
like she did before.
I quite genuinely don't want to do this. You've been very, very frustrating. But I will. How did you know about this wall? What happened to Natalie? Tell me literally anything at this point.
Totally relaxed, like you don't have any knife against her at all. She just turns and points back over to the pot.
Back to Inferno. Just like slightly whiny for probably the first time ever. I am so frustrated with this woman.
Honestly, me too. And like as Ori had threatened her before, I would have circled around to be standing behind Alexia. I look, I don't actually want to kill her, but God, I
kind of
don't
do.
know what to do with her. Ugh. At this point, I wouldn't stop you.
I mean, if she says something useful is in that direction, I suppose we go in that direction. But she's not going freely. She probably could get out of ropes if we tied her up. But do I have anything so that I can tie her up? I'm pretty sure just a normal adventurer's kit has rope in it. I don't recall using rope, so that I don't have it anymore. Do I have a spell for this? Is she annoying enough that I can consider her a monster?
She is a humanoid.
Wow. Unfortunate.
Yeah, like, well, she did lead us here, which was yet to see whether it was helpful, but it was something. Why do I get the feeling if we follow her back, though, it's just going to be a waste of time? I don't like feeling played with. I feel like she's been playing with us this entire time.
I'm gonna switch back to common. I'm going to move the knife, and I'm going to say, we will go with you. If anything happens to Natalie, as a result of her going through wherever she has gone, this is coming back, and it's not going to be pointed at arms. It's going to be like eyes or tongues. I mean, actually, why don't we just cut out her tongue? She doesn't fucking use it anyway.
Honestly, at least then we would know that she can't talk, because the most frustrating thing about this is I'm pretty sure she can. Let's cut her tongue out.
She just goes,
Why-
"Ah."
Oh. I kind of want to do it.
Ari's like considering having a temper tantrum at this point in time.
I still think she's bluffing.
I'm just gonna put a hand on like the back of her neck so she has to come with us at like our pace, and I'm just gonna start pushing her back towards. Is it Britain's Dredge that she's been telling us to go to?
They're both in the same direction.
Yeah, just I'm just gonna push her along.
You start walking.
Yeah, as we walk in Infernal, I'm going to say to Ori, like, if we keep threatening her with things and then not following through, she's going to assume that we're bluffing and we're never actually going to hurt her.
I know. Is this what it feels like to be a parent, do you think?
Oh, God.
I
Dad always
don't want to take the
actually
chance.
followed through on his threats.
This is true. Your mother didn't so much. I just don't want to take the chance that she might have decided to say something a little bit later and then she can't because we cut her tongue out. Can I regrow a tongue?
You have healing spells?
Yeah,
You're a
I mean,
cleric.
most healing spells will just like close up a wound. I don't think I have at this point, like, I don't have regeneration until 7th level spells, and I only have 5th at this point in time. So I
Tongue regrowth.
couldn't grow her tongue back if she decided that she wanted to speak. So
I still reckon, I mean, we can still hurt her and heal her. I don't know.
I do quite want to turn her into a pincushion. I think it would be immensely satisfying.
Hmm.
Also, Natalie is going to be very mad if she comes back and we've killed someone. I don't know why I care about this.
Don't think she is. Natalie's been trying to kill her the whole time. Natalie was furious with me that I did not kill her.
It's true. If this turns out to be nothing, if she takes us somewhere and nothing interesting happens, I am going to just continue holding her by the back of the neck and just inflict wounds until she's dead.
Yes.
But she has one more chance. She has a single chance.
Mm.
And we're just gonna keep marching. I don't know if she speaks Infernal. I don't care at this point. We've taken a precaution.
To anyone who sees this procession of the three of them walking, anyone from the front would see that Alexia is smiling while walking with the two sisters just behind her. Natalie, it's been about 20 minutes. You ran back to BurrowsRed. You ran into Ori's room. You took the blade and you started slicing. And the desk came apart like discount IKEA. It couldn't stand a chance. The chair completely cut into ribbons. The walls themselves, the same situation. As the blade touches the wall, there's that almost like brief moment of resistance, and then the blade seems to want to cut for you. There is no difficulty, there is no pressure. And as you slice through different segments of the wall, large gouges, perfectly clean, straight cuts of stone begin breaking away and falling down onto the ground. At one point, it even gets so bad, you manage to dig a hole through Ori's room into Herod's room next door. But after 15, 20 minutes of slicing, you assess the ruined chamber in front of you, barely recognizable from what it was. Doesn't seem to be having any effect.
I'm going to pull out that rock.
Yeah. You whoosh, pull your cloak off. It's do you hold it in your hand?
Yep.
Yeah, you just hold it in your bare hand. Feels kind of cold.
I'm gonna start using the rock like I would have with the knife. Just, I don't know. I would just be like running it down the wall, see what it does. If it's some magic rock, it will be fine anyway. So I'm just like, I'm desperate at this point. I don't know anything. I don't know nothing. That's wow.
I don't know nothing. Yeah, you take the rock and you kind of rub it against the wall, and there's that weird sensation of like it's jarring considering how smooth the blade cut through literally everything, but suddenly you have like glass against stone. It's just this horrible scraping, scratching. and you get maybe half a stroke down before you hold it back, and you can see that the back of the sort of glass orb has scratches in the back of it.
I think at that point she would just sit back on the ground and just stare at this fucking rock. The one
it's really weird because it's like you could see your fingers through it. You could see the ground on the other side. It is almost fully translucent.
I think she would be holding it in her hand, literally so, like, just wanting to crush it beneath her fingers at this point. Because I don't know that I've addressed this before, but it's coming to a realization that perhaps Natalie has some abandonment issues.
That's probably drama.
Yep, all right. Let's think about that. I guess she would just, after knowing that the knife didn't help, and having this stupid rock in her hand that doesn't do anything now that she holds it, I think in some way she wanted it to hurt her as well. Like, as in, because it would have been something that she knew. Whereas now that it's a rock that doesn't hurt her, she doesn't know what it is. So I think that's not as comforting.
Yeah, as you sit there with the rock in your hand, just the enormity of the unknown of this situation settles in like a weighted blanket around your shoulders, around your neck, and the cold air of the abandoned Ridden's dredge just creates this heaviness to the situation as you feel your own heart begin to beat faster, almost in anxiety of this.
What would she do though? I have a few options. I don't know that any of them are any bit useful. No, I think I'd just end up dead, regardless of what I did there. I think in this case, I think she would just lie on the ground, try to, like, you know, hand to the stone, because I'm guessing like the floors are stone and that kind of thing.
Mhm.
And just try to calm down, center herself, and just be with her instincts for a second.
Okay.
Like stone in the hand, other hand palm down to the stone, lying on the floor.
Sure.
Close her eyes and just think for a second.
Sure. Why don't you make me a wisdom check?
Do I trust D&D Beyond or I go physical? Well, I'm gonna go metal dice, because metal dice are fucking sick, and they make a really good bonk noise.
Yeah.
No, I don't like them anymore. Just a wisdom check?
Just wisdom.
10.
10? Sitting there, holding the stone in one hand, your hand on the ground, in your other hand on the ground. You take a moment to take a deep breath, exhale, catch yourself. You've been in more terrifying situations. And you know that this is just...
I don't know that... Okay. Sad for a second. I don't know that she would have. I think the idea of facing something down, like even facing death, is a lot less stressful than the idea of leaving all of her friends behind.
Yes. So with a 10, you realize that what's happening to you is something that usually doesn't happen in orcs. This is something that orcs really trying not to show at all. It's a fear response. Increased heart rate, faster breathing. You imagine you've got pupil dilation. You know that traditionally, this is a sign of weakness. This is a sign of the lesser races, usually in the face of a screaming orc or half-orc. With a 10, you are able to recognize that this is what's happening to you. Whether or not you have the knowledge how to overcome it, or what is causing it, or perhaps even what steps to take next, I think is up to you.
I'm just having a panic attack. Love it. Very relatable.
Yeah, it's taking the moment of stillness and thinking about it and being like, what's going on? Actually getting in touch with like your thoughts and your feelings in that whole situation. It's still a big thing. And you still don't know what to do, but you recognize that this is a fear response.
I think she would like still be attempting to calm down because that's what she's trained to do, right? Like, you're meant to ignore your emotions and your feelings, and you're meant to kind of persevere through those to get to the other side, whether that means pushing them down, denying them, whatever.
Or embracing it and turning it into rage.
Yeah, exactly. Like something that uses it and turns it into something else. I think it would take a while, like maybe 10 minutes or so of her just sitting there and breathing for a moment to remember that she could just stay here until midnight if she needs to. End up back there and everything will be okay. And denial is a very strong emotion. She will go, yep, everything's fine now because now I have a solution. But I'm trying to think if there is literally anyone useful still in the town, and not really. Did we know the two adventurers, the ones that we helped bone, did we know if they had any magical inclinations in either of them? I remember one of them was like a fighter-ish type, but I can't remember about the other one.
I don't remember.
I actually can't remember their names. I just remembered the whole impotent mace thing.
Mace of impotence. I don't even know what notebook that's in.
I don't know off the top of my head that they did have any magical inclinations, but I just thought I'd double check.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be pretty unfamiliar with the concept of a cursed item. Like, they knew it was cursed, but they had no clue what to do with it. So
I think they were adventurers. I think they got it like out adventuring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember if they didn't know what a curse was. It seems like they probably.
Yeah, that would make the most sense to me. For lack of a better idea right now, I will look at the rock. Do I get a vibe off the rock? Even if it is just like happy to look at it from like a magical point of view, but even just to be like, does it feel good? Does it feel bad? Or does it feel like my whole stomach's gonna flip upside down because it's like timey-wimey shit?
Looking at the rock?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to get a gauge for?
I'm just trying to get a vibe check on the rock, basically. Because I'm not gonna know anything about it, but I at least would like to know, you know, like you get the feeling if it was like a healing rock, sick. It would make me feel good. If it's a really bad rock that feels like it's leeching shit from me, it probably doesn't feel great. Like
yeah, it doesn't feel like bad. It just feels like a rock. It's a little cold, but now that you've been holding it in your hand, it's starting to warm up to your hand temperature.
I want to go and jump an event and go face a god, potentially. This is what I'm really trying to not make myself do. So that's why I keep trying to find something else to tell me not to do this. Well, not a god, but like, you know, I guess to her it probably feels like that. Because I don't know that we've come across anyone in town that really would have had any magical inclinations. There was the innkeeper who was pretty useless. Most of the people who knew anything about magic went in to Ridden's Dredge. We saw there was the image on the paper that had the rock involved, but we just know that that was responsible for opening the time thing. Does the rock look fragile?
It feels pretty solid in your hands, like it has a good weight to it.
I don't know if this is necessarily a good idea. Can I try and smash it?
You can certainly try. What would you like to do?
I just throw it on the ground. It looks like it's fairly decent stone underneath. Feel like the contact with cute baby.
He wants attention. Yeah, so you're just gonna try to throw it against the ground?
Yeah, I mean, if it'll either keep up or it won't.
Awesome. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Gonna try the second metal dice I have. Okay, that's better. Would it just be what's my plus to this? Would it be
You can enter
proficient?
strength and
Because
your proficiency modifier. Yeah,
okay,
you've got proficiency with. I don't want to say magical stones, but I imagine you've got proficiency with improvised
for like
weapons.
thrown weapons and stuff.
Yeah, simple weapons. Yeah.
That's plus 8, so that would be 26.
26. You pull back and boom, throw the stone down as hard as you can. There's like a chiming sound that fills the air, but it boom bounces up, boom, 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 bounces around the room before finally settling a little bit. And it's a little difficult to track as it bounces. Like, it's a good thing that it is making noises, because if it didn't, it would just be a nightmare to find, especially in the disaster of the room. But you pick your way over to this glass orb, and it's still there. Doesn't appear to have any cracks or fractures.
Sick. I am like the worst person to have brought here, because I was like, why don't I pull out some of the notes that I had on me? I can't fucking read them.
That's a good point. What notes did you have?
It doesn't really matter, does it? I think I had the map to Olsen because I'm convinced that we're going to go there and I really want to see some hot flying people. But I don't know that a map to Olsen is going to be that useful. Even just, I think her only thoughts right now would be how to get everyone else over here. Because obviously we've successfully gotten someone over here. We need to get everyone else over here. But then she thinks back to the blade and she's like, you use it and then you go through. So that means that the person who uses it just goes through and then you have to go back. Like, it's like trying to get across a river, but you're just like ferrying the same person backwards and forwards. Like, it's not going to do anything.
The fox will eat the lamb and the lamb will eat the meat. But yeah.
So I think she's just making herself even more frustrated. I suppose... I don't even know. Would Natalie know someone who has a magical inclination who would be of any assistance in this instance? That would still be in the town.
The only person who seemed to know things and not be like terrifically affected by the sulfur was old Maeve and Jed. or more specifically,
Weren't they just graves?
Kinsey.
Yeah.
Kinsey, who spoke for them.
The garden dude. Oh, fuck, I gotta swap to that dude again. Yeah. If all else fails, I'll jump an event.
Awesome. Sisters, you walk, and you walk, and you walk, and you talk, and eventually, with Alexia led out in front of you, you head back to Ridden's Dredge and come around the low hill that houses the cavern. Alexia will start walking inside and then stop, and then she'll look at you, Oriana, and sort of like size you up a little bit, like specifically looking at your armor. And then she kind of shakes her head no and starts walking towards the pot.
What the fuck does that mean?
She was wondering if she could take you. That's like weird. Keep following her.
Yep.
Awesome. You keep walking, and you pass by a couple of other folk at this point, and they look on confused, interested, intrigued, confused. This is the day that everyone is finding out secondhand that they're in a time loop and that the three new people are trying to figure it out, but they're still in a time loop, so you can really see how well that's going. But the two of you walk with Alexia up to the ridge, whereupon Alexia crests over the ridge and doesn't break stride. She immediately turns and starts heading towards these spore walls.
This is about the fish people. We know about the fish people. I'm gonna kind of rail off and keep following. Like,
And Ori, you too?
Yeah.
Awesome.
We have committed to this following. We will continue to follow.
and does it seem like has she led us on like a meandering path to the spore walls? Like it
No,
feels like
she
she's
is
wasting
walking
time?
directly and with purpose.
Okay, yeah. So it doesn't feel yet like she is. Actually, can I like insight check or something whether it seems like she is wasting our time or stalling?
Make an insight check.
Oh, do it online. I forgot how uninsightful I am. Pretty good roll though. 18.
18. She has been walking with purpose. Every time you have asked her a question, she has, in her own weird way, reacted and responded.
I would argue that point.
It's not that she's an open book or she's having a conversation. It's just that after having spent an hour with her, walking over to the wall, walking back, walking with her, talking to her, talking about her, threatening her life, she is, for the most part, present. It's just she has this affect of a disconnect. And whether or not that is like her intentionally putting on a mask or an actual symptom of psychological trauma, you can't tell. But she is currently present and is walking with purpose. You asked her to take the two of you to Natalie or to more information, and she has not broken stride since, except for the one time to size you up, Oriana.
She's taking us to the spore walls. She looks at you and you don't fit in the hole.
I do not fit in the hole.
I might actually have done that in character in Infernal, been like, oh, God damn it, she's going to try to take us down the hole. you don't fit in the hole, blah, 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 blah.
I'm not keen at the idea of you and her going into the hole
Honestly, there's
without me.
not much down there to find. I mean, there's a lot down there to find, but nothing that I think we want to face or antagonize. And those Koatoa, they sort of worshipped it. Maybe she is under the same influence. Could she just be taking us there to sacrifice us?
Perhaps.
Well, I think we're in agreement. We're not going down the hole, but let's see what she's doing.
Possible we're wrong. Maybe. Yep, let's just. We've chosen this path. We have to stick with it. Maybe our only chance of getting Natalie back at this point. We are losing allies at an alarming rate.
Mm. Come to think of it, are you able to, that spell you did to know where she went, could that tell you that she was okay? Like, would it work if she was not alive or conscious?
So if it does not find a target, it finds the closest suitable target. So if you say someone by name and that person isn't there, it finds the closest nearby humanoid.
Oh, that's a disturbing thought.
Do you tell me that?
No.
Yeah, good, because I would freak out because I know that the spell went.
Oh no, sorry. I'm
If it's like
sorry.
dead.
Yeah. So it's specifically a comma space or the nearest creature of the specific kind. Not an addendum, but a separate thought. Yeah, no. If you had not found Natalie, it would not have worked.
Okay.
There is a brief moment where you're walking where your compass to Natalie just goes like.
We're in the fucking ball. Obviously, Oriana doesn't know this, but we're in the fucking ball. Great. Wonderful. But I am going to reassure Eminence that she is alive because it was moving. I'm not going to mention that it was moving faster than she could have possibly been moving. Because I think you said she was like, it would have been like she'd moved a few miles a second, at the beginning.
Like if an ant is on a tennis ball and someone walks around the tennis ball, to the ant, it looks like the person travels like thousands of miles in a second. But to the person, it's one step.
Yeah, we're in the orb.
I was pretty sure of it, and then you said it kind of went boom, boom, boom. I'm like, we're in the fucking ball. We're in the ball. We're in the ball. So I will reassure Emmy without lying, but just leaving out the parts that seem impossible, like the Natalie went zoom. Natalie went woo. Like,
yeah, Emmy, if you want, you can make an insight check. You know your sister.
No, I want to believe this.
Okay.
Oh, she's perfectly healthy. Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah, when you arrive at the entrance to the Spore Walls, the cavern that kind of goes down, Alexia kind of points in and then points down and then looks back over towards the center, towards the actual hot spring in the middle, and points like way down.
Yes, we know. We have been through this loop many times without your wonderful presence. We know about the creature down there. We're not going back there right now, okay?
She nods and then kind of looks confused when you say, "We're not going back there."
I don't fit, and you are not taking my sister alone.
She kind of looks at you and kind of points a little bit to your shoulders and then points to the Spore Walls.
I don't think I fit down that hole either.
Do you want to go see the creature?
She kind of shrugs.
Okay, if not that, then why did you bring us here?
She points at you and then at Ori.
You want us to go see the creature? Whether you come with us is irrelevant, is that what you're saying?
She kind of shrugs.
Okay, you are capable of communicating with me at this point. This isn't like the not speaking thing, like you're nodding and shaking your head. So the shrugging is annoying. Yes or no, please? Does the creature down there have anything to do with the time loop? No shrugging. If you don't know, shake your head.
She kind of does like a wibbly wobbly.
The wiggle is a shrug. No gestures that mean eh.
She points back over to the spoke walls into the cave.
Does this have to do with the Kuatoa? No. Fishmen, not important. Okay. Big creature underground. Potentially important.
Did you know Aurelian before you both wound up in the asylum? Okay, the next time you wobble your head like that, I'm going to break it. We have discussed. It can go like
Kind of
this.
smiles.
It can go like this. It cannot go like this. That is not a plane that your head is allowed to move on any longer. Okay, we have y-axis and x-axis. Understand? Good.
Switching to Inferno. I think maybe she enjoys this. I think perhaps she wants us to hurt her.
In like a masochistic way, or
Yeah, we've met
just
people like this before. At least I have
we have
at home.
demons get off on some weird shit.
Mm. Or perhaps she's just putting that energy out there to make us less likely to actually hurt her because we think that she thinks that if we think that she'll enjoy it, we won't do it. I'm
Well,
thinking
I
about
mean,
this
there's
too
only
much
one way to
now.
find out if she's going to enjoy it. And if she does,
True.
we just don't do it again.
Do you know of any other entrances into the cavernous underground?
Is it via the water? Mm.
She points over to the east side of the crater where the Grand Prismatic Spring is.
Yeah, that's the one.
Is that easier or more difficult to get through?
She looks at you and goes,
Hmm. I don't suppose you have any way to make that not a problem. The whole needing to breathe thing. I suppose I did say she wasn't allowed to shrug.
It also wasn't really a direct question.
Yeah. Okay. What are we even doing here? You clearly needed to use the magic knife to get out of here. Is there a way of creating more of those? Do you have more of them? Don't roll your eyes at me.
It was a thinking expression, not a rolling eyes.
Okay. Why on earth would you let Natalie do that if your one way out would be taken from you? Are you just stupid? That was a yes or no question. Are you stupid? Well, seeing as you're incapable of answering a yes or no question, I'm going to say yes, you are stupid.
Oriana is not going to say it out loud, but now you definitely sound like our father.
As you're standing there, you see she looks past you and kind of looks at the sky and sort of almost assesses the time and then points back to the sport balls.
So, pointing to the spore walls themselves, that isn't a pathway down, is it?
It is. It can be.
Okay.
But you came up that way with Natalie.
Right. Are you trying to take us down there as a means of getting out? Or is this a different agenda? Will this achieve us leaving the time loop?
She kind of cocks her head, thinking.
Does that seem like a lie?
Make an insight check.
She hesitated.
I would actually also like to insight check that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I
please.
got a 9.
That's good. I got a 19 plus something. 7?
Jeez, 26. Yeah, so Emmy, I imagine you're just getting a little frustrated at this whole encounter, and she hesitated. She fucking hesitated. Of course she hesitated. Even when she's answering directly, she can't answer directly. You kind of get into like that spiraling train of thought. Aery, on the other hand, she took a moment to think about what it was you were asking before coming to an answer that she didn't appear to be super confident in. She gave it as an answer, but it wasn't like, does the sun rise in the east? Yes. Does the sun rise? Yes. Will the sun rise tomorrow? Probably. Like that sort of thing.
If Eminence is like visibly also works frustrated.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'll I'll give her like a little. She's trying, I suppose.
Oh, she's trying.
Mm-hmm.
She spoke once. This is the thing I can't get past, and this is all in Infernal. She spoke once. This is a very convincing act at not being able to speak. And if she seems to be genuinely trying to communicate, why doesn't she just speak? She did it once.
Oh, I'm not certain that she's genuinely trying to communicate. That was a genuine answer. It was a pause of I'm not entirely certain. But she's definitely one of the most frustrating people I have ever met in my life. Including that changeling guy.
Oh, don't remind me.
He did like to talk, at least.
I never thought that I would miss the talking. It wasn't very useful talking, but God, I would just give anything for talking. I mean, God, do we humor her? And what's the worst case scenario? The day resets again.
I suppose.
And I'm going to think, actually, the worst case scenario is being murdered by whatever is down there, but I won't say that. Here's a thought, actually. That, like, we found a book that was full of names of, like, demonic creatures, and it was like a ledger of, like, are any of those demonic creatures, would they reach the kind of size of the thing that we saw down there?
No,
Yeah, okay.
pit fiends are pretty big, but the thing that you saw down there was large, much larger than a pit fiend.
And you said, like, it would be much larger than an adult dragon?
Yes.
Jesus.
I'm still sticking with we have started this journey. We may as well continue this journey. And Oriana is thinking about, are there parts of her armor she can take off without like taking all of it off? No, not really. It all kind of is interconnecty.
Yeah, and if we
Can I
went
blow a
via...
hole in the floor to make the hole bigger?
Oh, yeah, honestly, we could do that.
What's going on with my Natalie senses at this point in time?
They have taken a chill pill. They've stopped moving for a little bit.
Oh, I just had an image of Natalie lying on the floor, like tossing the orb up and down, like while she waits, and the senses just going.
God, that would be disorienting. Holy shit.
Yeah, I guess we should just attempt to go where she's telling us to go. Wait, also, hold on, while we're in like an interrogative kind of mood here. Why have you been... Okay, the killing people. We haven't addressed the killing people thing yet. Has that been some kind of method to get out of here?
So was it just for fun?
Your idea. Was anybody else involved in your decision-making process?
I feel like that should have been an easy question to answer.
Yeah. Do I get the impression that she is not answering? Like, the only time that she doesn't answer like that, does it genuinely seem like it's because she doesn't know how to answer, or does it seem like she is choosing not to answer incriminating questions?
Make an insight check.
This keeps getting
Not gonna
worse
get
every
that one as
time.
well.
Yeah, because I got an 8.
I got a 4.
Yay. 4 plus 7, though.
That's still not great.
So
Not
good.
great.
11. 11's better than 8. Not by
It is.
much. She is present. She is engaged with the situation. You said that she can only respond with yes or no. It very well could be the sort of thing where she doesn't want to incriminate herself, but it also could be she can't answer the question because it's not a yes or no answerable.
Seems like it could have been answered with a yes or a no. I don't like that implication. From what I remember of the times that I did see her commit murder, did she seem to be enjoying it, or did she seem to be like resigned?
She seemed to enjoy interacting with you,
Yeah.
even in like a combative sense. However, when she stabbed Evelyn, when she stabbed herself, even, it was that same disconnected affect. It was stark because it was so quick and brutal and efficient, but her visible expression or mannerisms didn't change.
Ooh, she's like sleeper agent response to certain things, isn't she? Like someone who's been conditioned to do something.
It's entirely possible. It's hard to say. You think the only way would be to either get her to communicate more or put her in more situations and see how she responds.
Mm.
And when those situations usually involve someone being dead. So
Okay. I feel like, yeah, I've had the thought that what if she is doing things that she's been conditioned to do, and like maybe she really does have amnesia, and she's got some kind of like militaristic training. I'm going to turn to Aery in Infernal and say, just go with me here for a minute. And then I'm going to try to stab her as quickly as possible. Like I'm trying to get her instinctive reaction here.
sure. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Yeah, and I'm stabbing at her shoulder. I don't want to try to stab her anywhere that would like instantly kill her.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage as well.
Ooh. Okay, so that
Surprise round.
roll is 7. What's the advantage? 17.
17. 17 is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. What is the damage for a stabby? I haven't stabbied in a while.
1d4 plus dex, unless you are. No, you don't add proficiency.
Seeing if I can roll that. Oh, that's right. I'm pretty sure I still don't have my daggers actually equipped on D&D Beyond. So just bear with me.
Yep.
There's a 4 damage.
4. You very quickly lunge out and stab her, and you see that she's watching. She's taking in the situation, and even as she's trying to pull away, you just barely manage to sort of graze the shoulder. You don't stab in, you just kind of slice across the side as she pulls away. As a reaction, she is going to cast. That's tough. She can't decide. As a reaction, she holds out her hand, and you hear her voice again as she says something, and quickly, very quickly, grabs you by the wrist that sort of slashed at you, and holding you for just a moment, says something, and you feel this magical pulse very quickly radiate out from her. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. DC 16.
21.
21. On failed, on success. Nothing happens. For the briefest moment, you feel a presence in your mind, stepping in and looking for weakness, looking for something to use against you. And
Bitch.
just as quickly, you're able to sort of shrug it off and pull your hand free, break free before she kind of staggers back for a moment. And you see she's got like this half combat stance. She's about 5 feet away, like a gap away from you, and is watching.
Yeah, I'm going to also disengage. I don't really know the rules of this as to whether we are actually like in initiative right now. Can I disengage, sort of like arm an Eldritch Blast? Like my hands get glowy, but I'm also kind of got my hands up like, okay. I was testing something. Also, you've been very annoying. Science. You clearly have combat training. Also, I just heard you fucking speak. So, and at this point, I think if she's not actively looking like she's about to attack me, I'll throw my hands up because I'm really annoyed.
So if you still have the spells like primed in your hands, she still has a stance to like dodge.
Okay, then I'm still just going to be holding it. Okay, yes or no questions, just like we practiced. Are you physically capable right now of speaking?
She starts to nod and then stops.
So why don't you? Can you speak? At will. Do you
Is
think
something-
something is influencing her?
Yeah, I was gonna ask her, like, is there someone or something preventing you from speaking? When she spoke to you
She
last,
hesitates and then she nods
Mm,
at that last question.
when she spoke to you last, she was bleeding out, right?
she
Or
was.
was that before?
I'm
Maybe
trying
she
to remember
just needs to
actually, did
be.
she? No, hang on. Yeah, DM question. Had she stabbed herself and then she said, like, what's the point, or whatever she said, like, dropped the act? Or was it before she stabbed herself?
I want to say it was when she stabbed herself.
Okay,
When
yeah.
when it was like end game, basically.
Mm.
Maybe that would snap her out of it. If she's under this influence, however, she's probably not going to tell us that. This being in
Can't.
Inferno, which I, out of character, am pretty sure right now she understands. In character, haven't noticed anything like that yet.
Yeah, Emmy's not insightful. I doubt she would have noticed she could understand.
She kind of looks up to the sky again and still like in like a sort of a tense pose with one hand kind of motions over to the cave entrance of the spore walls.
I know. We have a time limit, but this is important.
No.
No?
Is something watching.
She
The cave,
makes
maybe.
a very visible show of like looking around.
Oh.
But she doesn't say yes or no.
She can't say I don't know.
Mm. If hmm. Do you have any ill will against us personally? Does somebody else that you know of? Have we seen or met whatever is controlling you? Is it down there?
She's very clearly struggling to answer this question.
Yeah. I'm going to cut her some slack with the ants because it genuinely seems like she's really trying to communicate. And I'm starting to think that this person is not our enemy. I'm also going to lower my hands.
As you do, like without taking her eyes off of you, she also relaxes.
Okay, I know this may not mean much from someone who has been actively threatening to torture you, but I genuinely don't intend you harm. Do you need help? Do you need our help? Fair. Kind of gonna just look at Ori now because my instinct is to go try to help her, but again, this like could all be a lie.
It could be. But with this revelation that she needs our help, potentially she's being controlled. Um, after getting rid of remove curse and then realizing I needed it when you all had your fucking arms
By the
falling
way,
off.
I don't think we talked about this. Your arms did regain functionality
No, we
after
did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
checked because it was going to be the first thing I did that morning to try
Yeah,
and
yeah.
make them better if they were bad, but they're fine. I do have remove curse again. So I'm going to just motion towards the caves and start walking off there. Assuming that everybody is following me, because at this point I am also slightly less worried that she's just gonna stab us in the back. This would be the first time that I would have turned my back to her today. But I'm also pretty
Yeah.
heavily armored, so I'm hoping I'm not gonna die.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that I would see that for the gesture that it is. And yes, I will follow you. I'm gonna kind of gesture so that like Alexia walks between us. Like a after you kind of.
She looks at you and pauses for a moment, and then proceeds after Ori. And even though it's like very clearly like a deliberate gesture, you still can't help but feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Your ears straining against like, is that the sound of someone breaking into a sprint? Like, oh god. Like it's that moment of walking through a haunted house and nothing has jumped out at you yet.
Yeah. Symbolic. It doesn't mean it's a good idea.
And so the two of you head into the cave with Alexia. Because that conversation took a little bit longer than expected, Natalie, it's been about
1
an
week.
hour.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You've done it every
Since you
time.
looked at me.
And I just.
Oh, just mentally?
Yeah. Every
There
time
are
I'm like, I
bubbles
really
in
want to
my
say
nose.
it, but I needed a
An
time when
hour
it
has
wasn't gonna.
passed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. An hour has passed. You threw the orb.
Yep.
What would you like to do?
Well, I was heading off to Kinsey to go and speak to some graves because that's apparently a great idea. Because yes, they seem the least impacted by the sulfur, which we now know, which we thought was the mushrooms, but I guess it's the sulfur instead. And potentially at any moment ready to jump in a vent and go and face whatever the fuck is downstairs. I don't think there's anything else I would particularly be doing along the way. I guess unless like anyone's having a weird reaction to me. I'm assuming I've been gone for a while, but I don't know for sure. Just based on the fact that time's a bit fucky, so.
So walking around, nobody like looks at you and is like, whoa, you're back, or anything like that. Like people look at you and they're like, hi, stranger. Like amicable spa town vibes.
Does anyone even look like they recognize me?
Yeah, nobody seems to recognize you.
Cool.
They're just like, hey, a traveler.
Yeah, that was the other alternative.
Yeah, you head over to the spore walls. You pass people coming and going. Already some of the mushrooms are being carted out towards Tenguche Monastery on the other side of the crater, which honestly is terrible planning. Who put the cafeteria over here and the food all the way over there?
I mean, to be fair, they're a monastery. They didn't intend on being the way of, feeding the entire city, but, it's fine.
You head inside, and it's kind of the first couple of minutes are like a little bit uncomfortable because there's just people. There's like a lot of people, and you get the sense that like this is the right people in the right place at the right time. It's kind of weird having that. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that would be very concerning because it's not the right people, if that makes sense. Because
Yeah. But that's the juxtaposition.
yeah,
Because you're so used to being like, oh, these are the right people, but we're in the wrong place. We're in the wrong time. Now these are the wrong people, but you're in the right place. You're in the right time. So it's like, oh, I can relax, but I can't relax.
I think even like for like a brief moment, also would have thought about the fact that like I could just run off and
Yeah.
like it would be fine. But I think that is more upsetting even to entertain that than anything else. So I think it would have been there for like literally a split second.
I'm like, nah, bad idea.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. Yeah, you enter into the four walls. Some people are harvesting the mushrooms inside. You see the vent in the center is still ejecting sulfur at regular sporadic intervals. And over in the small nook in the corner, you see the garden of Kinsey, who is currently sort of leaning back in an old rocking chair, his feet up on a stool, smoking like a little pipe. He seems to be relaxing.
Now, when we spoke with Kinsey, he was super not really concerned about the people that had disappeared, but like was concerned, but like wasn't at the same time. Because we told him off a bit for not being more concerned. Is that correct? Yeah, I thought that was correct. I'm gonna walk over to him. I'm gonna knock his pipe out of his hand.
You walk over, he looks over and, oh, you're the, you knock the pipe. Oh. It's good to see you as well.
Yeah, when's the last time you saw me?
9 days ago?
Yeah, I've not been gone for 9 days. Feel weird? Cool. I have a rock to show you. I must seem absolutely mad, but out of context.
I have a rock!
Fully unhinged.
I think it's more that, like, you know, it's kind of like the way I would imagine, or at least this is how my brain is, when you're really frustrated and you're trying to explain something, you end up kind of like explaining the ends of all your conversation topics. So your conversation is just super disjointed. But to you, it makes perfect sense. But to have anyone else like be in on that, it's just really confronting and weird.
You found a rock?
I did find a rock, and it is the solution to all of your problems, and potentially also just the problem at hand. Just look at the fucking rock.
Okay. That is a pretty rock. It's got some scratches in it. I don't understand.
This rock, somehow, is keeping all of my friends captive and all of the people that you're missing. Any ideas of how that's happening?
No. I feel like you want to answer that for me. I feel like you want to talk a lot and explain things.
I absolutely don't want to talk a lot and explain things. I want you to give me an answer. But I do understand that you will need some background, so I'm happy to fill you in. I've just spent the last, apparently 9 days, but potentially a lot more than that, in this kind of fucking time loop, and I am done. I am sick and tired of seeing this goddamn place with the same goddamn people who I desperately want to save. And it's all to do with this fucking rock. To give you the heads up, the spin, the spiel, I wake up every single fucking day at 4 p.m. in the afternoon in Ridden's Dredge, alongside my friends, alongside everyone who has disappeared. We appear in Ridden's Dredge, just like, yo, how you doing, how you going? And we just chat and go off and do our thing. Do you know, there are Kuatoa in there too? Fish people. Yep.
Oh,
I fed them tuna.
Kuatoa.
I would also like to help them too. I think it's pretty important. What happens every single day is it just repeats. And we Some days we wake up, we know what's going on. Sometimes we wake up, we don't know what's going on. And then we have no recollection of what actually happens on that day. We have tried so much, nothing has worked. There is some kind of strange, weird, timey-wimey assassin in there. Don't know what that's all about. Then there's a bunch of papers, and I'll pull out, like, the map of Olsen. That's probably the most important thing that I think I've got on my hands. We found these in a thing underneath the ground. Did you also know that there is a giant creature underneath the pot? No, bet you didn't know that, because it's probably responsible for this fucking rock.
Well, yes, the Deep Father provides heat to the springs, but...
Oh, the Deep Father.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to tell us about some Deep Daddy now?
No, sorry, go ahead.
Where was that before? We asked so many questions about the pot, and you didn't mention a thing about this person. This thing.
Didn't. You were asking about the missing people. I can tell you about
a
the history of the
complete
Village
stranger
Spring.
who knows nothing about your town is aware of a giant creature underneath it that is potentially responsible for heating this entire town. How would I have found that out if I didn't hear it from you? Inference. Do you look at a volcano and go, wow, there must be something under there that's fucking heating that? No, you don't.
Okay. I'm trying not to laugh this one.
Sorry, I feel like I've walked you into a wall.
No, I love it. Great.
I'm happy to take a step back. I understand that I am a lot more frustrated about this situation than I initially understood myself. Let's walk it back. You know that there is this Deep Father beneath us that is responsible for doing something. I am assuming it is also responsible for the sulfur that gets let through the town. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you are aware of a creature that produces sulfur that eventually affects each and every person that spends an extended amount of time in this town. Is that also correct?
I don't think so.
Well, it does. We have reason to believe that it does. But it's good to know that you didn't know that. So now we can move on with that from the future. Perhaps we can think about an excavation program to perhaps get that the fuck out of here. But it's good to know that you didn't know about it.
Sulfur. You know, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. Next time, before you decide to settle on top of a monster that's potentially producing something that might hurt you, might be a good idea to do some kind of scientific studies, perhaps see what goes on with that. Just some ideas for the future. I'm not a town planner, don't know for sure, but...
Well, neither were Maeve and Jed.
There are also graves in the ground right now and not a lot of help.
Well, yeah, but they're the people who founded the town.
Yeah.
They weren't civic planners. They just... I'm sorry, go ahead.
She's gonna be a little bit concerned about how polite he's being, considering that she's just being a fucking bitch. But we believe that this Deep Father is somehow responsible for this time loop. This thing that is happening on some kind of alternate plane. There's been the word pocket hole thrown around. I don't understand that reference, but it all has something to do with the thing underground, this rock in my hand, and whatever timey-wimey bullshit is happening in Ridden's Dredge after midnight. I need someone to help me find out what the fuck is going on from this side, because short of going back in Ridden's Dredge and going back there, I don't know how to fix this. And I need your help.
Okay. What do you suggest?
Finding out what this rock does. Does it seem magical to you? Do you have any kind of magical anything?
He kind of slowly holds out his hand to like take it and
Yeah,
take a
yeah,
look at
yeah.
it. Yeah. He looks at it. We do have some basic spellcasters, and there may be some traveling adventurers here in town. Perhaps they might be able to assess this with magical means.
So you're telling me that you know nothing, though? No initial
Magically, no.
assessment?
It appears to be a glass orb. It's very translucent. It doesn't really reflect light.
I think I could have told you all that.
There's a scratch on it.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
I sliced
Well,
through the air with a knife. I tried to see if it worked the same with the orb. It's a lot to go through.
okay. Well, I think what we can do is sit you down with a pen and a paper and take record of what happened to you so that we can get everything out. Meanwhile, we hand this to someone magically inclined and see if they can assess it, do some sort of magical identification. I don't know magic myself, but I'm sure we can find some people here who do.
I want to wait around until he gives me a pen, literally just so I can throw it back in his face. But I think instead she would calmly just put her hand back on the rock, take the rock back, and just look him in the face and go, I don't think that will be of much help. Thank you for your assistance today. I will be seeking other avenues to discover what I need to know. And I will turn around and walk back. How far is his thing from the vent, by the way?
I think it was the room was 40 foot to a side, so 20 feet from the center.
But doesn't that mean the whole time that there would have technically been the grave there? For some reason I thought it was like further off.
It's kind of like a small alcove. It's not
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
super out of the way. Natalie is the Hercules meme. Disappointed!
I'm just debating whether I just turn around from him and go, you're no help, and then jump into a vent. Like, everyone around will not be immediately concerned for my well-being. Honestly, I'm concerned for my well-being right now, so I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be super much help. I don't know. I'm going to have one last look at the rock before I make a decision. And then if I need to, I will roll a dice.
Okay. What are you looking for? What are you looking at? What do you want to get out of looking at this?
I guess... So, the reflection on the rock was weird. I want to hold it up like a looking glass.
So if you had a perfect glass orb in one hand and this orb in the other, they would reflect light differently. So, when you hold the glass orb, the light warps and everything kind of does the weird warping. This is more like translucent. It doesn't quite reflect the light. The light passes through it more as if it's not there. It still feels like glass. It's still perfectly smooth in your hands, but as far as you can tell, it seems to be either damn perfect glass, or not glass, or glass but magical. And you threw it against the ground and it didn't shatter, so it's probably not glass.
But like, I understand the idea behind it. But like,
Yeah.
so are we talking like, when we say glass, right? Are we talking about like the orbs in like Labyrinth, or are we talking something else?
I haven't seen Labyrinth since it gave me nightmares.
Sorry, that's an old one.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. So it's like the exact same size as that, and it feels like a solid glass orb, but it you get the sense that if you put it down on the ground, rolled it, if you didn't exactly track its position as it was rolling, you wouldn't be able to find it again.
Right.
The only reason you found it after throwing it in Aery's room is because, firstly, you heard it, but you were also watching it bounce around.
So what I was hoping for, though, was that I wanted to try and look through it. Like, if I held it up to my eye, what would I see?
You're trying to, like, peer inside, basically?
Yeah. Like, I said like a looking glass, but kind of like as though I'm putting on like glasses, but obviously it's a thing. Yeah.
You're trying to telescope through it, yeah. So you hold it up to your eye. Make a perception check for me.
I've rolled 2 metal dice. I'm gonna roll my sharp edge, and if they fail me, then we're back to D&D Beyond. Ah!
D&D Beyond.
What is that? Perception?
Yeah.
It's an 8.
8?
I got 2.
You hold it up to your eye and you look through, and you can see straight through to the other wall. You know that if it were like an actual glass orb, it would be like warped or upside down or twisted or something. But this is not that.
I think for a second, Natalie will feel like she's gaslighting herself, and she's like, did I even have friends to begin with? I don't know. Maybe I've made this entire thing up. Like...
Oh my god, the trauma.
Yep. That's what happens when you
did come storming out of an insane asylum.
True. Love that for me. I don't know. The only thing that she can think of is the fact that she has to be back there at midnight, but I don't know that she would refuse the temptation to go downstairs to go and speak with this deep father person and just be like, give me my fucking friends back. But
somebody's gonna walk by and be like, that asylum has been abandoned for 30 years.
Yeah. And I'd be like,
real Scooby-Doo shenanigans.
Yep. Absolutely losing her mind. Yep, sure, let's do it. Let's get something done. Let's get something did. I'm gonna jump down the vent. Obviously, timing it in between the bursts of stuff, I'm just gonna take the vent off, like the bit that sits on top. Unless I don't need to.
Yeah, like the grate. There is a grate.
The grate, yes, that's the one. Yep, and I'm gonna go straight down.
Yeah, so here's the perspective from Kinsey. You storm in with a glass orb. You're really, really angry about a lot of things. He tries to understand and then offers to take your story down on pen and paper to solve it. And apparently that was the wrong thing to say. So you walk away, get 10 feet away, look through the orb, get frustrated, and then, and just dive into the sulfur hole in the ground in between gouts of scalding hot air.
To be fair, to my benefit, the idea of me knowing the most stuff, having to sit down and write about my experiences, the most useless thing for them right now. So like,
he didn't ask for you to write. He was going to write for you.
I don't even care. It's useless. I'm on a time limit here. Time crunch.
And your boots crunch against the awkward slope of the stone tunnel, and you just hear cries of alarm of
I will just double check before I go completely in there. I want to check that little alcove just in case there's anything in there. The one that I know is there.
It is empty. It is empty.
Okay, cool. Just good to know.
Actually, no, that's not true. There is a wooden children's toy.
I'll pop that to the side. What kind of wooden children's toy is it?
It just looks like a duck.
Oh no, I'm taking that with me. I've changed my mind. Duck needs a duck friend. So yeah, absolutely taking that with me, and then I'm gonna jump in the vent.
Awesome. You leap down to the bottom. You hear cries of alarm. Yeah, despite timing it, you do still get hit with a gout of hot sulfur. Oh! That is 8 points of fire damage as it
Sure.
rushes past you.
There
But you are now down in the bottom of the sort of shaft that leads into the spore walls. The top of it is 20 feet above you. You remember the ramp downward. You also remember the sort of safe alcoves to weave in between and like Donkey Kong dodge the barrels
Yep.
of sulfur gas. Yeah, and you start climbing down.
Mm-hmm.
We will catch up with you in a moment. Back to the sisters. Um, the two of you enter with Alexia into the spore walls. It is dark, but for the light generated by the mushrooms on the walls when the sulfur interacts with them. Entering into the chamber, you immediately see one Kuatoa stepping back in alarm and surprise upon seeing three people come in, pulling out what looks like a small fishing hook. Of the other Kuatoa, you see no sign.
Personally, I'm pretty much just ignoring the Kotoa.
Yeah.
We've been told they are not of significance.
Yeah, I'm not going to approach them. I'm not going to spend like the 10 minutes we've spent basically every other time trying to communicate.
Befriending them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, again, dismissive wave at them, like, not gonna do anything to hurt you, don't care that you're here, stay out of my way or I will probably zap you.
Yeah.
Which is
Um,
a lot of intention to put into a hand wave when I know they don't understand me.
as you step into the chamber, it kind of like backs up until its back is against the wall, and it kind of like jumps a little bit as the mushrooms brush against it. Alexia walks over to the lip of the central vent and kind of crouches down, waiting.
So, again, the issue is Ori doesn't fit in the vent.
So Ori, you do fit in this one.
Oh,
It
okay,
would
cool.
be a
do I?
squeeze, but you do.
All right.
Look, first things first. I am going to go over to Alexia and ask, like, if you're being influenced, is this a curse? Because I can fix that.
She kind of shrugs like she doesn't know.
Okay, well, it's a spell slot, but it doesn't take any gold or anything. So I'm just gonna say, give me your hand.
She's looking at the vent, and when you ask for her hand, she kind of looks at you, wary, considering the last 5 minutes ago when she got stabbed. But make a persuasion check, actually.
Okay, I think I'm not on Lady G level, but I'm pretty sure I'm decently persuasive. Okay. That's 17 plus 7.
Nice. Yeah, again, she hesitates, but she looks at you before finally slowly holding out her left hand.
I'm going to grab it. I don't actually think, I don't know if you need to touch someone to remove curse, but no, you do. I'm like, did I just touch someone when I didn't need to? No, there
Because
needs
you
to be
wanted
touched.
to.
I am going to cast remove curse. With like a whole load of angry sounding infernal. She's angrily using a spell slot on this one.
Yeah. You complete the verbal and somatic components. There's a brief glow of almost like an electrical crackle of magical energy. And then it fades, and Alexia continues looking at you.
Anything feel any different? Well, that's unfortunate. Do we really need to go in this hole?
She looks down and then back up at you.
Well, I don't have any other ideas right now.
Oh, I don't have it anymore. I took it off. I think. I used some spell last time we sent everybody down into the water, but I don't think I have it anymore. No, whatever that was, I took it off. Dang. I don't think anyone had to use it
Freedom of
last time
movement, I think
anyway.
it was.
Do I still have?
It was freedom of movement for swimming.
Yeah. Hopefully we don't have to do any swimming. Oh no, freedom of movement. I do have that. That's one of those always equipped ones. But I don't think we're really going to need it. It is difficult terrain. Look, because we're going to be climbing down a tubey thing, and I potentially might get a little bit stuck at times. And because I wouldn't give myself that advantage without giving it to Eminence, I'm going to use my 2 4th level spell slots to cast it on myself and Eminence, so that we don't have such a problem getting down the tube. But I can't cast it on Alexia because I don't have any more 4th level spell slots. I would, because she's potentially our guide, but if we're going with the rank of people that are important,
Yeah.
there's 3 of us, and she's last. I would potentially even give it to the fishman.
Also, if it helps, or if I need it, I have Misty Step that could get me through more quickly, but ideally I wouldn't use it because that would be my last packed magic slot. And I feel like I might need to cast literally anything other than Eldritch Blast sometime soon.
I don't think you've cast anything today.
I have. I cast Blindness.
Oh, you did? Shit.
Which is so stupid.
I mean, it was fun.
Friend or foe? Friend or foe?
Okay. How would we do this?
Well, for my movement, because Misty Step can be used as a bonus action, would you say that I could use that as like a quick time reaction if it starts to?
Sure. Yeah. If you see something coming.
Yeah, so I can try to make it, and then Misty Step as a last resort.
Yeah. So you kneel down next to Alexia and wait. And after a minute or two, slowly you see a 4th figure kneel down next to you around the vent. The Kuoto, waiting, looks up at you questioningly with its large fish eyes that blink just a little too slowly. But then looks down and waits, seemingly taking in the situation. And just down at the bottom of the 20-foot tube leading into the sort of like tunnel system, you do see the charred remains of the first Kuotoa.
Great.
Mm. In the time that we're waiting, I'm also going to explain to Oriana like the path because I've done it before with Nat.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they're like, you're going to go here, then you're going to turn here.
I think I still have it somewhere.
Actually, that's a good point. I was gonna say Oriana will go first, and then Alexia, and then Eminence. But it's probably better if Eminence goes first, and then Alexia, and then Oriana, because
Yeah,
Emmy knows where she's going.
I know where I'm
Oriana's
going.
just like, I am big, I am strong, I am less likely to die, but
Yeah.
I have no idea where I'm going.
Yeah, also, not only do I know where I'm going, I have the ability to Misty Step if I don't make it. And if I have to do that, then that indicates that you will also not make it.
Yeah, so you wait. And out after gout of the sulfur kind of erupts up, and luckily just the shape of the vent allows it to escape past you, but you can still feel the warmth on your face with every rush of air until finally the ground kind of rumbles a little bit. And immediately Alexia just leaps over the edge and jumps in. Doesn't even wait to see what's happening at the bottom.
Okay. So
Go, 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 go.
I go. Yeah.
Awesome. Ori?
Yep, I'm jumping into.
Yep, and directly behind you is the Kuotoa. Hey! Kind of crashes down to the bottom with you. And Alexia is moving. She is descending down with purpose, but it seems as though she knows the caverns. She doesn't look left or right. She goes to a fork and immediately goes right.
And is she
She
following the
continues down.
path that I would have
She does
followed?
appear to be, yes.
Yeah, then.
She does take one deviation, but it ends up being a faster way to get back to the path down to the bottom. By the time the sulfur finally resumes, the four of you have already made it about 80% of the way through. Yeah, there is a gout of sulfur that comes forward. Alexia seems to have it perfectly timed. She just immediately ducks into like a little nook that like insets into the wall about 3 feet and just kind of holds herself flat against the curvature of the wall. What about the other two of you?
Does it look like there's space in that nook?
It's about 3 foot in.
Okay.
You could fit more people into it, but the person on the outside would be at higher risk of getting scalded.
It's not like we have much time to think about it, and Ori is in armor, so I think my instincts are just going to be try to duck in there as well. And if I
Yeah.
have time, turn around so that I can grab Ori and pull her in.
Okay, yeah, you do that, grab Ori, you get pulled in. The two of you are like facing each other with Alexia squeezed into the back. You feel you have a tail, right, Oriana?
Yes.
You feel the scalding heat just rush up behind you, up your tail, and you hear as the Kuotoa directly behind you was unable to fit. You take 14 points of fire damage, which I think are halved for you because you're a tiefling.
Yeah.
That significantly burned. The moment the sulfur passes, immediately Alexia begins like pushing out past the two of you to continue descending down.
Yeah. I'm going to follow her and maybe have a slightly regretful expression on my face as I step over the charred remains of the Koatoa.
She doesn't even take note of it.
We know they come back. They come back every time. Everybody else, when they die, they don't come back.
Yeah.
These Kuatoa, they're dying every day.
If there's one guarantee in life, it's that the Koatoa will get crispy and the Koatoa will come back.
Yeah.
It's death, taxes, and that.
Death, taxes, and Kuotoa. Yeah, you continue descending down. You finally start to reach the safe section of the tunnels away from the vents. Yes, there is one more gout of sulfur. Alexia. Yeah, Alexia finds another side outlet tunnel, this one that sort of branches off, but this tunnel is more than enough room for the two of you to fit into. And as she kind of ducks into it, waiting for a moment, the two of you quickly filter in behind as the sulfur rushes past, and you get clear of the sulfurous vents. Yes, continuing downward, the three of you now enter into the non-sulfurous portions of the tunnel, which you remember, Eminence, before finally coming out to the opening into the large chamber. It is, again, just like it was last time, pitch black dark. And as you follow Alexia and begin to climb down the large cavernous wall on the side of the chamber, your feet, boots, and hooves crunch into the gravel and stone beneath you at the same time as Natalie on the other side. All three of you see the same thing. Two of you have seen this chamber before, but Oriana, this is your first time. The ceiling rises up about 30, 40 feet ahead of you. There is the wall gently curving to your left and right that seems to descend into further sort of tunnel network systems. But in front of you is a massive expanse of black deep. Your dark vision is pushed to its absolute limit, and beyond it is just nothing. It is pitch black. You see about 20 feet away from the wall, there is a gentle shoreline as the water begins to slope in, and ever so slightly, there is the glimmer of something shining from within the water. Many somethings, many small somethings. Alexia looks at the two of you and begins to walk out towards that shoreline.
Following. I don't want to let her get too far ahead.
No, especially since it's very, very dark.
Yeah, true.
You continue onwards until you hit the water and begin slowly trudging through. And it isn't very deep. It's only about maybe ankle deep water. But as you walk, you quickly come to realize those shining things were coins. Gold, silver, bronze, in some cases, what looks like platinum. Oh God, I need to sneeze. It's right there, but it's not coming. Come
That's
on.
the worst.
Ah!
Well, while you take a second, I'm going to ask a question and add an explanation to it, so you have a bit of extra time. As
Okay.
we're walking, can I scoop up a couple of coins and see if there's a date on them? Like how long have they been down here? Can I get
Minted?
some
Yes.
kind of
Absolutely.
idea?
Scoop up a handful of coins and make a history check for me.
Okay. History is not that bad. Oh, but that's not that good. 11, 5, 16.
16. You scoop up a handful of coins. You do recognize that this handful of coins, you grab 5 coins. 4 of them were minted by the same empire. Let me check. So these 4 coins were basically minted by Aradan, which was the precursor governmental body to Andapolis in the north. You have heard the name, but Andapolis has been around for 80 or 90 years at this point. So these coins are at least that old. The fifth appears to be a modern standard gold coin. Natalie, you are alone in the chamber.
Damn, I
It
was
is
really
dark.
hoping for a Spider-Man meme moment.
Ah! What are you doing here?
Yep. Anyway, but yes. So I am the same place, but just not the same location.
Sure. Yeah.
Or same plane, I should say. Or time, whatever. You know. What do I see in terms of, do I still see the same, like, shining in the water, or am I not seeing the same thing there?
Just plug my headset, fine. You enter into the chamber. You see that same shoreline 20 feet away. Both of you entered this cavern from the same route, so you arrived at the same spot. As you walk out towards the water, there are no coins.
Okay. All right.
It is just gravel and sand. It's still ankle-high water.
Just double checking. This is the pool that is just before the chamber, right?
This pool is the chamber. Like, as you walk out to the shoreline, the walls kind of extend off into the distance.
Hang on.
I know the pool that you're talking about. The other pool was the one where you came up from underneath. That is via a tunnel, kind of at quote unquote ground level. So you dropped in from above. There is another tunnel set in the wall over here that leads over to that pool where you came from.
So I'm in a room that would lead towards that, though.
No, over here is the chamber. Over in this direction, the like large open chamber. The tunnel is that way. You came from up here.
So me looking into this pool, there is no exit here. It would actually just be a closed off point.
So, from dropping in from the spore walls, in front of you, you see this massive chamber. Behind you, if you climbed the wall, you would go back up the spore walls.
Yep.
However, if you also went behind you at ground level, there is a second tunnel leading back to the pool. And that pool leads to the underwater route to the Grand Prismatic Springs.
Okay. Basically, what I am looking to do, because I'm still a little confused, but that is only because it's a lot of stuff. The way that I am seeing it currently is, I'm just drawing a picture for you so that you can make sense of where my brain is at.
Yeah. Theater of the mind.
All right. So, I have this, okay? Look at the angry face, which is definitely an angry face, I promise. This is where we came from.
It's an angry cat.
And we went, woo, and then it went all the way down here. I'm looking in here, which has no exit entry. But back this way would be the one that we came out of when we went underwater, which would lead into the cavern, which has the evil thing.
Back the other way. I'll draw it out for you.
Brain exploding.
Exactly.
I'm very much a map person. Like, if that makes sense.
It looks like a cat riding on like a vacuum cleaner.
It does, doesn't it?
It really does. Okay, so this is a side view. So you came down from the spore walls over here. Okay. That's where like the sulfur vents was. You climbed down the wall. Inside of the wall is a tunnel that leads to like the pool of water over here. That pool of water has the large aqueduct system that leads back to the Grand Prismatic Spring. This big chamber is where the thing was.
So that's where it was. But had a whole room before that. I'm so confused.
You did in like the pool room over here.
Okay.
In like the pool room.
But then maybe man, I wish I could see through my character's eyes right now. The important thing is that we are currently in the chamber where the creature should be, and the creature is not here.
So what do you do? Is an important question. As you walk towards the shoreline, you see that there are no gold coins or anything shining in the water. It's just gravel and sand and dirt.
But what I'm trying to do is get to the creature. Because obviously I have no comprehension that there are or aren't gold coins in the water. That was more just like a frame of what that is the difference between our planes.
So as far as you can tell.
Sorry, but you would have remembered gold coins in the water from last time because you did see the creature with me.
We didn't have gold coins then either, though.
Yeah, there were. I remember the coins because that was feeding into our assumption that it was probably a dragon.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
And there was we saw the shining stuff, and like the Koatoa were like worshipping, and we're like, dragon, horde.
But also, I don't think it would be as weird to Natalie because she knows that the creature exists in the other place. Potentially, the creature isn't actually here.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, but
yes,
you would probably
as you walk out,
if there's a difference.
Yeah, as you walk out into the pool, you do see that there is a difference. Yeah, you do see that this is the same room. This is the same place you walked. There are no coins on the ground, and as you walk out into the darkness, into the water splashing ankle high, there is no creature either. But there is.
Oh, sorry.
There is something.
Then I want to know what that something is.
At the edge of your dark vision in the water.
I'll light a torch if I need to. If I can't see it right now, I will light a torch.
It's pretty far out into the water. It's kind of reaching with your. You do have dark vision. From where you would have run into the creature, it's a full another 60 feet. And as you start to get closer, it begins to take shape more clearly. It's about knee high. There are a couple of steps that rise up to it, like a circular dais.
Okay.
Not too big, maybe only 3 or 4 feet to a side.
Mm-hmm.
But it just rises up out of the water in what seems to be the center of this shallow lake.
Yep, I'll head towards it.
Yeah. Awesome. You walk over. On the other side, the two sisters, other side of the same coin, the two of you walk to the edge of the pool, and at the edge of your dark vision, 60 feet into the water, you see something large. You, Emmy, recognized the shape of that large thing, whatever it was. And it is concerning because you do still have that moment of like, oh, I thought this chamber was bigger. What is that wall doing? No, that's not a wall. And as you approach Alexia leading the way, she takes a step around to the left of this massive wall, the direction that the Kuatoa went when you interacted with them. And after walking for a few moments, you crest around the edge of an enormous claw, a talon the size of a Volkswagen buggy. This massive hand rising up into the darkness above you. And
like a single talon is the size of a car.
Yes.
Gee, okay.
And Alexia walks around. It does take a little bit of doing to walk around this hand. It takes a little bit. But as you come around, you realize now you're on the inside of whatever this giant hand is, this giant arm. And Alexia seems to be following it for guidance until finally she kind of stops and slows down a little bit. And in front of you, you see the resting fin and fanged teeth of this enormous leviathan. You can just make out the shape of it in the darkness, but its chin is just kind of barely resting in the water. And every time it exhales this great shuddering motion of air that seems to reverberate around you, you see jets of sulfur leak out of the top of the nose and rise up towards the ceiling. Just to the left of the chin, you see what looks to be a small stone dais, only about 3 or 4 feet wide, rising up out of the water. To the right of the chin, you see an absolute cornucopia of magical items and weapons. Books, swords, axes, shields, cloaks, armor, piled up in this great river that seems to be pouring over the side of the cheek down into the water itself. Almost like a puppy holding a teddy bear while it sleeps.
Aww.
At the front of this massive pile, you see there is a small pedestal, a podium. Podium that looks strikingly familiar to one which you've seen before in the portable hole. Even from this distance in the dark, you can see a small glass dome over the top of it, and there is something inside of it. As you take a step to see a little bit closer, it's not one thing, it seems to be 2 things. Natalie, what would you like to do? You see this podium?
I'm muted. I'm gonna go up on the dais because I can't see anything.
Awesome. You step up on the dais, get clear of the water, and slowly a warm orange glow begins to slowly radiate beneath your feet. And as you look down, you can see there are arcane symbols circling and tracking over one another on this dais. As you stand on it, it slowly seems to be filling up.
Unwilling participant in a magical ritual, but not gonna move because potentially that's helping us.
Awesome. It fills, and all of a sudden you just hear wow, 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 as this like weird warped shifting sound pulses forward. Oriana and Eminence, the 2 of you see the dais suddenly flash orange, and then it flashes again, and then a bright light pops and fades, and you see Natalie standing on the dais there in front of you.
No Spider-Man moment.
My first thought would be that this is some kind of illusion.
As you stand there sort of thinking for a moment, you slowly see the head kind of pull back just a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
As
does the
the
really
flash-
bright light wake up the giant beastie?
The flash and the noise seems to have affected it somewhat.
He freeze. Like maybe it's like Jurassic Park rules. It can
From
only
where
see
you currently
movement.
are, you cannot see the eyes of this creature
Right, yeah, so we
with
don't.
your dark vision.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm frozen. I'm not. Like maybe it's just shifting in its sleep.
Yeah. As you kind of stand there, the water is still in flat, and then slowly the ripples finally reach your ankles and run across before slowly settling.
I'm going to look at Natalie, look at Eminence a little bit frozen, look for a really long time at the Leviathan, look back at Alexia, and then was that you? Was that your intention? Is that why we're
Is
down
that to
here?
Alexia?
Yeah.
She kind of nods. Yeah, you asked how to get your friends back, and
Okay, yeah, like I've been staring at Natalie this whole time, but fucking, like, I almost break my neck turning as quickly as I do to look at this bitch.
I think the look on Oriana's face would probably make a normal person just melt into a pile on the floor. But I don't think that's going to affect Alexia at all because she's very stubborn and has been doing this to us on purpose. So she's just gonna say, thanks, and start walking over to Natalie.
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of hesitate. Like, I want to say more to Alexia, but then also, like, my friend has
Just like-
reappeared. Just like a, and then
Yeah,
follow
yeah,
her to Natalie.
I love it.
This is a question that Oriana can't ask, but I want to know. Does Natalie still have the ball?
I mean, I was holding it, so I'm assuming I do.
Oh, that's weird.
You check your hand, and it is not there.
Would be a little too Inception for it to be
Yeah.
the ball inside the ball, inside the ball, inside the ball.
Yeah, but then does that potentially mean that I just left it on the dais underneath the city? That's the implication. Which doesn't seem much better.
No. As we approach Natalie, can I tell that she is real and not some kind of hinky illusion magic?
Make a perception check.
Also, is Alexia following us, or do I need to get her?
She's
I
staying
don't want
back
her
a
to
little bit.
disappear. I don't want her to disappear into the dark. More like this is a very kind of fragile truce we have going on, and I don't trust her.
So the chamber itself is real difficult, just because it is so dark and nobody has lit anything up. Alexia does follow, but at a distance. She stays back about 20 or 30 feet. She's keeping her distance, especially now that Natalie has re-entered the picture.
I suppose we would hear if she tried to run as well because we're standing in water.
Yeah.
On coins. That was a 16 on a perception check, by the way.
16. She appears to be real, physical. She's standing there. Do you step off the dais, Natalie?
I don't think I would be going anywhere right now.
Awesome.
Because I don't have the orb in my hand. I have just reappeared in front of my friends, and the creature is right beside us. I think I'm just gonna not move, because potentially if I move, I'm gonna just go back straight back there. So I'm like, maybe I'll chill for a sec. Just kind of like, you've just stepped on like a what do you call it?
A landmine?
Yeah, and you're just like, I'm just gonna stay very still.
Yeah.
So you've landed on this dais on the other side. This dais is not activating. Whatever teleported you to this side, the dais seems to be smart enough not to be like, oh, there's someone on the dais, better teleport them back, and just like keep bouncing you back and forth. Like, very clearly, this is the mirror of the one that was on the other side.
Yes, but I don't think Natalie would know that. And also knowing there's a creature right beside her, and you guys are standing with Alexia, I think she's just like, happy to wait for someone else's idea, like, right now.
Are there any visible runes or anything around the dais the same way they were on that side, or would they be hidden under coins?
You can see runes on this die. They seem to be of a... Oh gosh, what's the School of Magic? Gosh, I've mistyped this word 4 times in a row and I still missed it. conjuration.
And would I be able to tell if the runes are designed to activate when someone steps onto them? Like, I want to step onto it, but not if I think that that's going to teleport us somewhere else.
Uh, yeah, make a history check for me.
I think I'm good at
History or Arcana, I think.
Ah, they're both +2. Let's go Arcana. It feels Arcana-ish. Yeah, it's a 12.
12. It's tough to say. It could be a landing pad, could be a sending pad, could be both. Could be change your hair funny colors pad. Oh, it is conjuration. Make you grow more hair pad.
After having a quick look at the runes and seeing what I can suss of them, I think I'll make eye contact with Natalie and sort of gesture for her to come down.
Yep, I will step off. At this point, I would be looking around for the orb that was in my hand. It is not on me. I'll just be like, well, that was weird. I'm gonna check I still had the duck statue. Do I still have the blade as well?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, good to know, good to know. So it's
While she's
just...
distracted checking her pockets, I hug her.
And I think I would get like slightly frustrated for a second because I can't keep checking my pockets when you got your arm around me.
Just tight.
Oh.
I'll just stop for a moment and I'm glad to be back, but is this really the time?
I just kind of like, she feels me nod against the side of her neck.
I'm just gonna eye off the scales of the thing beside us and just like, all right. She's very happy about it though.
Yeah. After a minute, I'll sort of disengage and just be like, let's go. And sort of head back towards Ori and Alexia.
Yeah, I guess once we're outside of this immediate room,
are you leaving completely, or are you just backing up?
I would imagine we probably go to another chamber, right?
I would say so.
Yeah, I'd be
Since
gesturing us to head
Leviathan
back.
woke up a little bit. Unless Alexia says, like, anything about stopping. If she just hesitates, we're going to ignore that. But since she started speaking, if she says anything, I'll take words into consideration. But if we're going to have a conversation, I'd rather not be in the room with the thing that could wake up.
Okay. Yeah, the three of you and Alexia tailing along behind leave. She doesn't seem to give too much thought to leaving. But by the time that you do make it over to the shoreline, out of direct line of sight via dark vision of this creature, Natalie, you feel a tap on your shoulder, and Alexia is there.
I still don't want to give it to you. They just said that you can talk. You can feel free to explain it, and I will reconsider. Cool. No answers, no knife.
Puts her hands down. Keeps following.
Alexia,
She looks at you.
was there something about being in the presence of that creature that made you able to speak?
She kind of wobbles a little bit.
Do you think you could speak if we went back into that chamber? I think it's worth it for some answers.
All right. She spoke fine at Ridden's Dredge.
I know.
I think that has something to do with it almost dying, to be honest. Hey, could you be quiet, please?
You would think almost dying would be when you want to speak less.
I was thinking the magical whatever probably fades a little.
Yes.
Yeah, it was more being facetious.
We have.
I was explaining because Natalie doesn't
Apparently.
understand magic.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll also explain to Natalie that according to Alexia, we've been able to ascertain that she is apparently being controlled. There are certain things she cannot say. And as much as it pains me to admit it, she helped us find you when we asked her to.
Let's get answers then. I do not seem convinced in the slightest. My friends who know me, they know I am not at all believing this.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you head back over?
Yeah, we'll just stand by the door, I guess.
Yeah, like if we can get to an area that means Alexia can talk, but is still as far as possible from the creature.
She starts walking back towards its mouth.
For like the 100th time today, she's the only one that knows what's going on, so we kind of have to trust her on this.
Also, doesn't it seem sad? There's this big old creature sitting under here, and I can't do anything.
It's asleep.
Yeah,
That sounds
I'm
perfect
really
to me.
sad for it.
Big dark room,
It probably
sleeping
got
with
put under
presumably
here
nobody
when it was
paying
really
attention
little,
ever.
and then it overgrew its space.
No.
Maybe they're like
It's really
turtles.
sad.
Maybe it can't overgrow its space.
I don't like it. I want to help the creature. I have no reason for that. I just want
We
to.
don't know it wants
I
help. Do you want to
don't
wake it
Yeah.
up?
Well, we could ask it really nicely.
And if it was happy sleeping down here forever, not having to talk to anyone, he
then
might
we
eat
could
us.
have asked.
So you follow Alexia?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Heading back around, you finally come back to about that same spot, about 60 feet away from the snout of this creature, and just within line of sight of like the dais, the pedestal, and the mountain of items. Alexia turns, and I don't know why, but from here I can speak. Also, if you give me my dagger, I can speak as well.
Yeah, for some reason I don't really trust you with that one, hey?
Fair enough.
So, can feel free to answer any of the questions that I'm sure my party members had for you now. Do you want us to speak them in order to remind you?
That might help.
Understood. Eminence, I'm sure you're burning with questions.
Who do you know who is controlling you? Who's caused you to be unable to speak, unable to answer certain questions?
Yes.
Who is
Not
it?
a person.
Is it that thing?
No.
What is it?
The dagger.
Right, so the dagger. The dagger. Where did you find the dagger originally?
It was given to me.
By whom?
I don't know that I feel comfortable answering that.
Your comfort is not of my concern right now. By whom?
Is it relevant?
To my capacity to speak? No.
To our capacity to get the fuck out of here?
Also no.
Nothing to do with the time loop?
Doesn't seem to.
Can you give us a vague idea, at least?
My employer.
And you were employed to do what?
She looks one by one at each of you.
Again, a
I
vague
think
idea.
you would be able to assess that.
An assassin, then?
I don't like the term myself.
Well, you haven't really told us much else, so you'll take what term we give you. Why?
Why what?
Why were you killing people here?
Old habits. Mental degradation.
Usually? Look, I've heard of worse when I came in here, but you're saying that they had nothing to do with what this time loop is, the deaths that you caused in here, I mean.
No.
Can I insight check this? That seems like a really flippant response.
I was literally about to ask the same thing.
Old habits.
Insight check.
Oh, that's not 20.
Hell
Nat
yeah.
20.
It's a 27? I guess I know a decent amount about killing people.
Yeah, meanwhile, I've got a 4.
Oof.
I wasn't even trying. I figured
Yeah.
because you two spent the day with her. Well, just about.
So, Ori, you've kind of gotten a read on her a little bit. You're starting to see that it's not an affect that she's like disconnected or flippant. Even when she's communicating and talking, it's still that way. It's quite literally psychological distress. This is how she is. This is how she communicates. Her method of communication has broken down so much to be barely fundamental.
So
the fact
with
that you're getting
that,
Okay.
it's not an assumption that the way that like the sulfur's chilling everybody out here and kind of affecting their minds, the sulfur didn't chill her out into a state where she decided that murder would be fun again? Or
No. Make an intelligence check for me.
Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Straight intelligence, that's a 9 plus 1, that's a 10.
10? Yeah. It's just how she communicates.
Okay.
Yes. Communicate by stabbing people in the neck.
Mm.
A great method
Well,
of communication.
That's not killing people isn't how she communicates. Being terse is how she communicates.
Oriana kind of gets it.
That's
as
why
far
I
as
got
the-
nat 20. She's like a kindred spirit.
As far as the insightfulness into like her intent beyond killing people, there's almost like a childlike disconnect. Like she knows what she's doing. A 6-year-old knows I shouldn't draw on the walls with poop, but I'm gonna do it.
This is just a broken person.
It seems to be, yeah.
I made notes of all of the clear yeses and the clear nos, and I didn't make notes of the maybe questions.
Do you know anything about this time loop?
Probably caused by the lich that lives here.
All right.
It's
Who's
Gonna
lich
point
now?
at the Leviathan. That's not a lich, right?
No, that's the Deep Father.
Yes,
What, sorry?
we've heard of him, apparently.
Have
We
we?
have?
I have.
Oh.
I'll explain that
What?
later. Just believe me for a second. Circle back. Who's the lich?
I believe his name is Aurelian.
Cool, he's dead.
We never saw the body.
Aurelian Archic.
Cool, he's dead.
Funny thing about liches.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say that.
Yeah, but I'm pretending because I don't know in character what liches are.
I know. I know. And so does Oriana. And she wasn't gonna say it.
Yeah, that's actually probably a good point. What would we know about liches with our sort of background?
History, Arcana, religion, whatever you want to read.
All of those are
I'll take
intelligence,
nature.
but I'm gonna try it anyway.
Yeah.
You could also do nature, Natalie.
Oh, I fucked that up. They're all intelligence still anyway. Nature is also.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I actually did okay though. All right.
16 in history, if it makes a difference which one is which.
Yep, I got a
Yep.
15 in religion.
Awesome.
I like
And Natalie?
the idea of perhaps doing nature in terms of maybe what I've heard about stories, because you can recall lore about trained plants and animals. I rolled a 15.
Awesome. So you do know what a lich is. You've heard stories. They're the big bad in so many different stories in so many different ways. Via nature, you know that generally liches, when they set up, they tend to uh, be trouble for like a very large area or a very long period of time. Getting rid of a lich isn't just defeating the lich, you have to defeat the lich and then you have to destroy the phylactery, or else the lich keeps coming back. So, as far as the stories tell, nature wise, liches are just terrible for hunting, they're terrible for trade. If a town is set upon by a lich or there's a lich nearby, people will just slowly disappear until the town dies out or people leave. Um, it's not very often that people deal with liches, let alone that liches even appear in the first place. 9 times out of 10, the best solution is leave. Your clan had a run-in with a lich a few generations back, which is what caused them to relocate to the foot of the Pike Mountains. It's just like if a dragon sets up shop and is like, "You must pay me tithe," like no one's gonna go kill the dragon. You either pay it or you leave.
I mean, or.
Many orcs try to kill it.
Um,
Orcs are not. Yeah. Awesome. Then there was religion. 15 religion. Religion-wise, liches are unholy abominations. They are powered by necromancy. They completely break the cycle of life and death by severing their soul from their body and binding it to a physical object in the physical realm. Their body that they end up manifesting from then on is inconsequential. It's a projection. It's an avatar. It doesn't matter. As long as the physical object that houses their actual soul stays alive, they can reform a new body over however long they need to, next to their phylactery. Um, Pretty much every god dislikes liches, even most of the evil ones, just because they break the rules. Even evil gods play by the rules, even the chaotic ones. Liches are one of the very few exceptions that step outside of the cycle of life and death. So not a lot of people like liches. And lastly, it was 16 Arcana, was it? Or 16 History?
Mine was history, yeah.
History, okay. With a 16 History, you studied with your father. Your father studied necromancy. He has his obsessive phases. And wouldn't it just be the absolute bee's knees for a lord of the underworld to be able to step outside of life and death? He has done a number of experiments attempting to try to harness that magic for devilish creatures. None of them have succeeded, and that has led to no small amount of frustration. However, your father has inadvertently created a number of mortal liches in his experiments, and he takes great joy in using them as chew toys, for lack of a better word, because they keep coming back. Something that you would know, that each of you would know, is that a lich needs souls to survive. Because their soul is separated from their body, they have to feed themselves with the souls of others. And usually those souls are fed into their phylactery. So you would know that a lich cannot entirely separate from existence. They can't just be like, fuck it, I'm going to the moon. They need to have an intake of souls to keep themselves alive.
Cool. So where's
Wonderful.
the thing that we need to find? Do you have any idea what it is?
I think that's it.
What is it?
Over there.
The Leviathan?
No. On the pedestal.
There was nothing on the pedestal.
Actually, there's two somethings on the pedestal.
Okay. What are the things on the pedestal?
I didn't
From
get
this
a good
distance,
look.
you're 60 feet away. It is right up next to the chin of the Leviathan. Honestly, a part of you is like, if he sneezed, that would break it.
Honestly, that's a good call. Well,
Get a feather, like. Come on, buddy.
what if this Leviathan is fairly large, right? How would we get back up to the spore wall from here?
You would have to backtrack around to the entrance of the cavern and then climb up the wall up into the ceiling.
How far theoretically is it? So from the entrance where would we be climbing a wall that's inside this chamber?
Yes.
Or there's the potential of going through the water, going that way instead?
Yes. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down a little bit.
What I
How
was going to
quickly
suggest.
could you run?
Yeah, so I was going to suggest, I'll say my plan out loud so we can discuss it in like more detail of what I'm vibing here. Either one of us, potentially me because I'm faster, but also could potentially be Eminence, grabs it and we run. You can Misty Step. So you potentially could run up to it, grab it, and then Misty Step out. But I need to know what the distance is and whether that's feasible for us to actually get out before we just get fucking chomped. Because I could potentially distract it because I am a little faster, but we have to get back out. So that's my idea currently.
Well, no offense, but I am going to veto the concept of distracting a Leviathan. I could certainly grab it and Misty Step. I can move, I believe, 60 feet, which is the range of my dark vision because I can only go where I can see. Let me just double check that. I'm not. Sorry, no, I can teleport up to 30 feet away.
Yeah, which is why.
And in the context of the size of this creature, it would be a slight head start. But if taking the thing off the dais awakens it and angers it, I don't think we can run.
Opening the pedestal will wake it.
Oh, that's like
I've tried.
Woken
Did
up
it kill you?
before?
No, I've tried to open the pedestal.
Oh.
I've been here for a long time.
I
ran out of normal things to do.
Yeah, we've noticed. How did you come to be aware that Aurelian is a lich?
I was aware of him before I came here.
And would that have something to do with your mysterious employer?
Can't say.
We'll take that as a yes.
We can also.
Definitely taking that as a yes.
How about other thought? The pedestal is underneath the head of the creature.
It's to the left of it. So you're like 60 feet away from the snout.
Yeah.
To the right is the dais, kind of like
Yeah.
in the opening between the chin and whatever, the shoulder and the arm. To the left is like this massive mountain of loot, effectively, and at the front of it is the pedestal. So it is still about 60 feet away, just a little bit off to the side in between the arm and the chin.
Do we have anything we can offer it? Not really, right?
No.
Not particularly.
Then the other
Nothing I
alternative
think it would
is
value.
we only need to destroy that thing, right?
I don't think destroying the phylactery will break the time loop.
Ah,
I think
Oh,
that would just
God.
kill Aurelian.
So what you're saying is we need Aurelian to fix the time loop before we take care of him.
And I think Aurelian is broken because of the thing next to the phylactery.
Do you know what that is?
Not specifically, but I've seen it before.
It's just interesting that you would have such knowledge of liches and basically every creature we've come across, but you've never heard of a Leviathan.
Oh, that's a dragon.
No, it's not.
It's not a dragon.
Do you know what happens when dragons don't die?
they keep living.
And they keep growing.
Yeah, see, we should just get it out. Just wants to be free.
So it's older than ancient, so it's probably very happy to be sleeping forever.
I don't know.
Who's to say?
I just don't want to hurt
But-
it, is my main thing. It hasn't done anything
I
wrong.
don't think we can hurt it.
It is irritated. Every night at midnight, it wakes up angry. Something is making it wake up.
Well,
I think it may also be the thing on the pedestal.
do you know if we can even talk to it?
I was under the
Maybe.
impression it is guarding the thing on the pedestal, but it sounds like perhaps it's actually bothering it. Maybe it would help.
Who's to say it can't be both? There are two items on the pedestal.
We have two options to approach it. We either approach it without trying to contact it and we try to sneak it away. And then, you know, we potentially just get hit and have to kill it anyway. Or we approach it with good intentions and try to help it, offer to help it in some way, and we have to fight it anyway. Either way ends up in a fight if we want to do anything about the situation. I potentially vote we try and speak with it.
You said you couldn't remove the pedestal without waking it, that you've tried. Have you ever actually woken it in any of these time loops?
Yes.
And how it just killed you?
It's like midnight, but sooner.
What you do come back? Did it speak at all?
I don't speak Draconic, so I don't know. It sounded
make-
like roaring.
Okay.
I speak
Hard to hear
Draconic.
under the falling rock.
You do speak Draconic.
Mm.
As much as I think have a chat to the Leviathan is not a good plan, I fail to see a better one.
I'd like to get closer and look at the second thing on the pedestal before we make any decisions to see what it is, if I can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to tell what it is, but I would like to have a look.
Sure.
I think that's something we should take into consideration before we wake up anything.
You head over. Does anyone follow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Yep.
Alexia waits a moment and then walks over with you as the three of you approach. The massive snout comes into view once again. You can see above you the sulfur leaking out of the cavernous roof of its nose, rising up into the ceiling. As you approach the pedestal, your eyes kind of drift past, resting on the mountain of items before coming back to the pedestal. Two shapes. One, prismatic, shining, glimmering even, splendid. It appears to be a diamond, or rather, multiple diamonds grafted together into this amalgam shape. You can see a third of a ruby fused to a sapphire, attached to topaz, mixing with amethyst. Beautiful, beautiful crystal. To the right of it, dull, slate gray, non-reflective, jagged. You recognize it from the drawings on the paperwork in the lab upstairs. Not a gem, but a stone, a rock, sky rock. And that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's episode.
Sky rocks.
Fucking Skyrock.
Always the rocks. It's always rocks.
Always rocks.
Yeah, rocks in the chat.
Sorry for running a little bit late. We were just in the good stuff.
That was so
The
good.
stuff. And now we're not going to be in the good stuff for 2 weeks.
Full weeks, yeah. Oh, no. I'm compelled.
I'm upset.
But we will be back. That's the important
Why are
thing.
you upset?
Because it's not next weekend. It's not the weekend after. We're not going to do this again for like 3 weeks.
3 whole
know.
weeks.
3
But that's the thing.
weeks.
We're going to come back in 3 weeks and be like, what's happening? Oh my God, so much is happening.
Yeah, in one session, we've gone from Big Bad being Alexia to Alexia being kind of on our side. Big Bad is both a Leviathan and a Lich. Oh my God. Good times. Oh, and a Skyrock. Skyrock is Big Bad. Skyrock is biggest bad.
I have the hiccups.
Well, thank you for watching, everybody. We've been going for 3 hours and change. It has been a good episode. My name is Dee. I have been your Dungeon Master for this evening. If you're interested in knowing more stuff that I do, follow the link down in the doobly-doo below. Why don't we go and talk about ourselves real quick before we send off for the evening. Emmy.
Hi, I have been Nicole. I don't really exist on the internet. So instead of talking about myself, I will talk about these other lovely people. Because I feel like it has to be mentioned. We talked about it in stream chat, but I don't think Dee reads chat while they're DMing. Today was so cinematic, like so many moments of it. I was just like picturing it in my head, like as a director almost, like exactly what the shot would look like. It was awesome. Loved it. It was so cool.
Sweet. Thank you. Y'all make it easy when you've got compelling characters.
So yeah, that was me. As usual, dox me bitches. See you in a few weeks.
Ori.
Hello, I am Maleficent. I play Oriana. I am a streamer and a cosplayer. I do stuff on the internet all over the place. You can find all of my information in the, what do we call them? The doobly-doos? In the
Doobly-doo.
doobly-doos. You can find me in the doobly-doos. I'm not doing anything spectacular at the moment. I'm playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Lots of Vikings.
I've heard good things about it.
Oh, and because I'm playing Valhalla, in the campaign I play on a different channel, on Polish Cryptid's channel, I made myself a Goliath who is quite Viking-y. And she hot.
Hey.
Big lady.
Speaking
Big
of hot big
lady.
lady, Natalie.
Yes, another. I'm play Natalie, but I'm BurrowsRed. Who's Burrows Blue today? Because I am. I exist on the internet a lot. Come buy my shit. That's the way that I talk about it. It's all in the doobly-doo below. Yep.
Great. Good. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Have we got someone to read
It's been an
into?
awesome episode.
Not yet.
Yeah,
If you have anyone.
Okay, in which case,
absolutely.
every time we say doobly-doo, my brain goes like, oompa loompa doobly-doo. And then it's stuck in my head for like half an hour to a couple of
Oh,
hours
no.
after stream. I don't dislike it, but I'm
So this is totally random, but for some reason, I don't know why. When I was in the 5th grade, we were in PE. We were doing like our physical, and we had to do what is it, a jump rope? And there was a competition to see who could jump rope the longest. I really, really wanted to win, so I started doing jump rope, but I knew like focusing on jumping rope would be bad. So I was like, okay, what's something to distract me? And I started thinking about the theme song from the Smurfs. And to this very day, if I ever jump rope, I immediately, it just comes to mind like sense memory. But right now, this very second, I cannot remember it for the life of me. But I know
You
the
need to take a
second
jump rope.
you give me a jump rope in my hands, I'll just be like, oh, yeah, okay, great. And I did win that competition. So sense memory is a crazy thing.
Yeah, that is the most amazing story of like cognitive
Yeah,
linking.
I know. Why
Yeah.
are those side by side in my brain?
That's exactly how those like mind palace things work, or like people who count cards and they picture every
Yeah.
card as like a different item. Yeah, the brain is wild, man.
Weird brain, weird brain. It's all Skyrocks up there.
Oh, we do have somewhere to go. We're going to go over and see
Yay.
Pause Productions. They're doing I'm not too sure, but there are a lot of palm trees, which is very cool.
Exciting.
Let me just click back. Also, it looks like
G'day.
they have some cool peeps. Wait, there we go. Oh, it's right on the right screen. But
if you got him, send the doots.
Send the dudes.
otherwise, we'll see you all in 3 weeks.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good time.